and welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. Real shit today. Welcome to Realm of the Chaos King, episode 31. It's been a while. We did a battle royale, and we did a drunk one-shot. The drunk one-shot was messy. So if you want to see that, it's in there. It's in there. All 6.5 hours of glorious drunkenness. It devolves quickly, so just wanted to let you know. It just ended up being 4 drunk people sitting around goofing the fuck off for about 3.5 hours of it. Yeah.
As mice.
As mice, yes. Although, honestly, about halfway through, I forgot that we were mice. But the battle royale went well. I won't spoil who won, but it was hard fought. There were some there are some unfortunate circumstances at play, some unlucky rolls, but it was fun. What happened last time, however, on this Realm of the Chaos King campaign? Well, the group, Osiren, Mitos, Humphrey Regalius, and Nasu Fims completed their work on their Telglorio Regicide Grenmorian warship, the flying airship that would sail them all the way to the Scar of Cruel and assist Titus Mirkwood in the war against the undead and eventually Glaucon Meridian himself. It took them about a day and a half before some Teldorai showed up, talked some hot shit, said, "I've got my eye on you." Osiren said, yeah, and then they got off. After a bit of a conversation, they flew over the southern range of Astrid and the fields of Corphaean just before, seeing the beauty that everything has to offer, and then eventually finding their way all the way to Heimdallr after only 3 days of travel, because I fucked up and I made it way too long the first time. However, they did get there, and they saw the towering and titanic face of Balanzar, the god and the titan of chaos itself, hovering in the sky, bleeding tears of blood with 4 snakes writhing from his open maw. Below, in the city of Heimdallr, or what used to be the city of Heimdallr, was a forest of flora, odd, flesh it was, along with plant fibers and bark, with very few living beings ruffling in and about the forest, though they did not get very close as enough to check. However, they did fly down to Wells, speaking immediately with one Thonian Caskbow, inside the body of Cannon, the gunslinger that Vivian and Osiren callously left within the tomb of Kretala. Giving him a little chide, Thonian didn't really care, but decided to pester and berate Osiren for his loyalty regardless. Osiren didn't really like that, but he wasn't about to talk smack again, surrounded by Chaos Warriors, so they sat, had a nice bev, and drank some ale. Nasu and Humphrey Regalius are currently still back at the airship, not invited with Thonian Caskbow and Mitos to talk with Thonian. And that is where we left off, with Humphrey just being chided and nearly executed almost just for being a Regalius in front of Nasu, Mitos, and Osiren, but Humphrey and Nasu now sit on the warship, but that's not where we're going to start.
I will destroy you.
It is July 21st when we flash back to the capital city of the Aralendi in Gamarian's throne. Cool. Vivian.
Yep.
Get your ass off that computer.
I'm just opening up my notes just in case
Okay.
I need to write anything down. Okay, my ass is off the computer.
Vivian, you sit in your cell, alone since the 18th of June. No seams, no doors, no discernible sources of light, and no company for over a month. However, on that day, you blink and see a door. A wooden and very ornate dark wooden door filled with carvings galore and gilded along its edges. The handle, solid gold, and it's been carved to look like a rising column of thick smoke that connects back. As you go to look at the carvings, though, the door opens slowly, and before you stands a man no less than 7.5 feet tall, dressed in a sleeveless and plunging robe with high collars and a body and face filled with both piercings and tattoos. You see Kraltdai Barum Malothius.
I want to stumble back, just kind of.
No. Come. I wish to have a walk with you. Obey your master.
I will get up.
Good. Come on then. You walk out?
Mm-hmm.
He brings you out of your cell. Into the room Eupheme, Iclid, and Gabriella saw. A large cylinder room with no doors and the designs of roots crawling up from the sides within the stone. As you step out, you feel the sensation of falling and a potent sense of vertigo, as if you were falling forward down a mine shaft. Then your foot lands on the ground, the door at your feet behind you. He leads you to the wall, and before him appears another door, this one less ornate. You walk through it and find yourself in this room, which is reminiscent of the room you just spent an entire day within. An entire month within. And has nothing within it except a door at the other side and a small hole, maybe a foot in circumference, at its center. You walk past it, looking down and seeing a tiny door at its center, barely a foot down. You walk past the hole. The Erlendia, sneaky, a tad tricky with their arcane abilities. That is where you were. In that small hole for a month. And that is where Eupheme, Iclid, Gabriella, and the other Drowish man, Dagomaris, reside.
In that same room?
Indeed. You have all the company, but you see them not. You hear them not. For that is our will for right now. Isn't that awful? Your people were cruel. Maybe that is the name of the city's birthright. Regardless, there's plenty of beauty here as well. Such as yourself. Ravishing you are. Nearly bones. Come with me. Leads you toward the end of the room, where another door awaits you after you blink. You are led into an absolutely gigantic corridor, longer than it is wide, though massive in both scopes. You hear the echo of your feet against the granite, bouncing off the walls you can barely see in the distance. The air around you expands with its size, able to stretch as much as it might beneath the open sky. You breathe in an odd scent. Stale air with a middling aroma of mothballs, stew, and rotten fruits that just barely swim like specks in the ocean within the air. Your breathing, much unlike the prison you were just in, does not condense within this space. Each breath you take barely impacts it at all. You hear your breathing fade into the expansive room, unable to find a wall before fading into non-existence. However, unlike with Eupheme and Iclid, the room does not light up. It does not illuminate with grand depictions of life. It simply remains nearly pitch black as you are led around the edge of the room. It leads you to another wall, nothing upon it, at the very back of the room. You are compelled to blink by some unknown force, and then, before you, rests a door. He opens it, and for the first time in a long time, you feel fresh air blast onto your chapped lips and dry face. You feel your stark white hair whip around your shoulders, and you smell the fresh scents of mulched maple leaves and day-old rain. You walk out into a place you feel you've seen 100 times, a temple of the Erlendia. You feel the distinct marble stone beneath your feet, and you feel the coldness that creeps up into your toes from them too. You think yourself within the center room that you found within all the Aralendish temples, for prayer and worship, always depicting either, and you turn, seeing not Hecate nor Loth, but a massive 40-foot tall statue of Gamarian Heltarim, robes flowing from his body, with jewelry lining and hanging from each thread, it seems. His face is covered with an exceptionally well-crafted mask of silver, with runes of necromancy scrawled upon every single inch of it, though each rune is barely large enough to see, creating the imagery of a full page of necromantic knowledge across his silver visage. You look back and see the same 2 rows of pillars stacked atop each other on either side of you. However, you also see, suspended just above the large archway ahead, a woman in an incredibly large dress. She floats there, as if suspended in water. Her dress is made of a very, very fine, stark white cotton, filled with intricate embroidery and many, many layers of fabric. It billows out from her waist like a cloud, and her hair accompanies it within her floating stasis. Her hair appears nearly 40 feet in length, nearly consuming all that exists around her, streaming like milk from her scalp above a face of stoic determination. Her face is older than most elves you've seen, and it is at this point you realize that this is no statue. And more wrinkles, her face more set in than most. Her nose is large and her brow ridge is defined, her chin is dimpled prominently, and her eyes are quite large. She has a beautiful regality to her, though she commands something of you, even if you aren't sure of what. What? Is something bothering you?
Who is that?
It is Matron Mother Kiavar Diamolonitis, the ruler of this city before our Lord Heltarim took over.
Is she still alive?
Yes, she is. She is suspended somewhere between our world and Hecate's pools. We are unable to move her. Even with how much we try, she just stares back at us. Waiting, it seems.
You all didn't put her up there.
No, she was waiting for us. I have no idea. Well, I wasn't here when that happened. But she was waiting for the liches that arrived. Gave them an awful fright, I'm sure. But did nothing. Quite menacing. It's a good centerpiece, I think. It has been 1,528 years since she has moved. Interesting. You look back up, knowing now who and what she is, and you know now the look upon her face. She is like a song belted from the strongest of lungs, hurled through the lips of steel only to be frozen in the oceans of time, the cold of undeath sweeping all around her, locking away the harmony of her life. You have heard not this tune, and you feel not the reverberation of her timbre in your soul, but you do feel something else. You feel the same, and you know the face of someone prepared to die, unafraid and willing, for you know it well. And it is within this matron mother's face, this Aralendi of incredible power, that you see it. And for some reason, that gives you a strange, albeit morbid, sense of hope. You then walk out from the center hall, emerging into the grand open floors of the temple, lined with grand pillars stretching 30 feet tall, once carved to look like Erlendian marble, now carved from bone into the likeness of half-decayed elven monsters. You look upon them in horror, shame trickling down your back as you admire the grace those forms still hold and the power it must take to transform an entire city such as this. You walk past them and feel gravel beneath your feet and the sun shining to the west. Just barely above the wall of smoke and necrotic lightning far, far in the distance. You see the light of dusk melting onto the land around you like a torchlight shone through a flagon of melted butter. Ahead of you, the gravel path continues. Straight and narrow it be, and lined with many red cedar trees and filled with the homes of marble and hornblende. Their roofs covered in silty shingles, barely visible beneath the many vines that creep up onto their forms. Beyond this, far down the path, flanked by dense flora and lit by the sun's rays slipping through their leaves like caramel, you see larger buildings of stone, regal and almost library-like in their design, also covered with dense flora. But he does not lead you there. He leads you toward the edge, just beside the temple. And before you, you behold the absolute majesty, the triumphant might and the glorious beauty of the Erlendi you see cruel in all its wonder. It stretches out ahead and all around you, thousands of feet beneath your feet and miles away at many parts. And yet it does not appear small, this city. It appears brilliantly grandiose in its scope and make. You see the incredibly large walls of stone and bone wrapping around the entire city, imperfect in its shape and containing what the city was, and not how it was envisioned upon the page. You see the grand architecture of your people, the stonework, the carpentry, and the smithing of steel shown to you even here, and how marvelous it is. You see the large river cut through the center of the city, separating the various districts by right of its existence, and forking to the west, creating 3 more districts within its tongues. Beneath you, you see the wide path winding up the titanic stone structure you stand upon, as well as the many thousands of vines that hang from it within the vine-lofted buildings swinging from beneath the temple and your feet. You see many, many yards of moss creep around the stone in interesting dark greens and nearly purple blues, and you see more than a few thousand flowers growing in that soil that rests on the crag along with you. And upon it all, you see that buttery illumination of the sun, spilling across it like the very breakfast table of Hecate herself, and oh, what company she must have had. It is a large city, but I heard it was easy to take. You may thank the king for that.
It's a shame every Erlentish city I've seen has been a tomb.
It is a shame not. That is beautiful. For that means that your and I's master has vision and prowess to make it all happen. For that was his vision. And glorious it was and is. If your people will as strong as all of this is made to say, then perhaps they be alive. Who knows? But here you are, one Erlendi, a very powerful one at that. You have gone so far since I last saw you with my own eyes.
When was that?
June of last year. Rocket and I, we've known each other for at least a decade now. Blink of an eye for me, but quite a long time to disturb the dreams of someone as fragile as he. But yes. Is there something you wish to ask me? I just wanted you to see all of this.
I have hundreds of questions.
Ask me some, for I am here to answer.
Why him?
Why him?
Why Rocket?
He found me.
And then he left you. Why did you come back?
He found me twice. So, you're Rocket. He was an archaeologist. Yes. And I was with him on one of these expeditions, for I was tasked by Gamarian to find the matron Mother Pearl so that we may activate the throne of the Allsong. You know this, I see it in your eyes. I was disguised as a young woman.
Greta McDonough.
Greta McDonough. I manipulated. I will give Rocket credit. I fought my way through that dreaded city. I had no idea that it was going to look like that. The Erlendai did that to themselves. Too afraid of us, it seemed. And, well, you know, you were there. And I fought through all those abominations, coming to the door, opening it. And while I was in the throne room, I sensed a dreadful presence. It was an undead ward of some sort, and I could not pass. However, at that same point, because I had already slain so many of them, Rocket and Team Mohas came through, along with another fellow, Bill Huxton, I believe his name was. Now I could sense that Team Mohas was weak, as was Bill Huxton. So I stripped Bill of his soul immediately, and I placed it in one of those fleshy sacks, and I had them fight it a little bit for my pleasure. Rocket, and again, I must give him credit, yes, he was very powerful. He obliterated the creature, and I could feel that my power was a bit weak. Hecate is very stingy with her power when it comes to us. And, well, T and Rocket bested me. I was killed, felled by the Archmage incumbent, and Team Mohas, a paladin of, oh no, he was a cleric, wasn't he, of some god, I do not know which. Shameful. I woke next to my phylactery, Basilios, standing over me, with a villainous grin upon his face, for he knew I had been bested. He asked me by whom, and I said some human wizard, and he laughed at me. And I said, okay, next time I see him, I will break him under my will. Basilios laughed. Said, I will take that bet. We shook on it. No, it wasn't. It was pretty far past that. Not really. 19 years, I'd say. I was tasked with a mission. I need not reveal that to you. On my lonesome, actually. And then, with Vasilios Barbaratos, I was tasked to go to the shores of... No, deep into the Kernish Mountains. It was here that I was supposed to, and we were supposed to eradicate a finger of the Dreamer's thread. Yes, the cult of Cthulhu and Drumlo. They're thorns in our side, for sure. And when I did this, I saw someone. I saw this young dwarf, the name of Bilphus Dryheim. And I knew he knew Rockhead. So, as he was fleeing, running for his life with a hefty load of feces in his short little dwarven trousers, I followed him to his home. And while he slept, I found a lot of letters on his desk. One of them was from one Rockhead T.H. Friedman, and he said that he had found somebody named Alessandrius looking around in the Underdark. There's not anyone other than the drow that exists there now that he would take up. He does not name a beholder Alessandrius, nor a child of pestilence. He would name a little drow girl, such a thing. So, I saw this. Smiled, undoubtedly, for it was quite delectable. And I walked into Bilphus's room. Him and Wembless did share quite the resemblance, and he knew me, for I was the one that trapped his brother's soul, his little brother's soul, in one of those flesh sacks along with Bill Huxton. And he screamed and cried and tried to beat me. He did not. So, I modified his memory, Baldric's favorite spell that he learned from Hashton. I'm sure you are very aware of this. I modified his memory. And I had him convinced that I was a good friend of his. And I wished him to write back to Rockhead, the man who truly murdered his baby brother. So he sent the message, said that he would arrive in Schwenten, accompany him on the way. I removed the modified memory from Bilphus before I left. I tortured him a little. And I said, I would free your brother's soul if you are to do this one thing for me. And he immediately agreed. No enchantment magic needed. So he traveled to Schwenten. And I believe it was July 15th, 1521, that you, Rockhead, and Bilphus Dryheim tracked into the southern range of Astrid and found a small little city by the name of Ul Marstin. Now Morris knows of this city, for that is where Viscardi Morgan began his trek into the Underdark. Of course, there are no children of pestilence here, as it has already been cleared out. Fine. Rockhead thinks he knows what to expect in the Underdark. He saved you from one of the other cities. So he was prepared. Bilphus was cunning. And he led you all the way to the throne room with me in his mind. I believe you arrived in the throne room on August 30th, 1521. I was waiting, full empowered, and emboldened with a bet I had struck with Vasilios Barbaratos. So, Bilphus ran. He ran and he ran and he ran away, for he had done what I had asked. And as he ran, I warned him. I said, I never shook your hand, Bilphus. And I haven't a clue where your brother's soul is. Good luck finding him. And he was too afraid he did not even return. And Rocket stood his ground. He knew my face. And we fought. Not so hard it was. You were barely able to dive 2 layers deep into Hecate's pool. Pittance to me. And Rocket, while he was certainly a powerful wizard, meager. To the likes of one of the 10, the 6th, no less. And so he fell onto his knees, and he begged me to let you live. And I said, no. So I picked him up by his neck or the hem of his shirt. Hem of his shirt. I dragged him to meet me. And he looked back at you. Looked back at me. And he smiled at me. I remember that very, 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 very vividly. And he grabbed from his pocket 3 delayed blast fireballs. And he crushed them on the left side, the right side of my face, scorching his entire left side of his body. Well, brought me to my knees. It was quite the powerful attack that was. It was assault. And he laid there, smoldering on fire. And I was on my knees. It was a hard-fought fight. And then I looked at you. And you were floating there. Your hair grown 3-4 times its size, and your clothes floating as if you were in water, and your eyes glowing with the luminescence of 20 moons. And I stood there. Never seen anything like this before. And then I recalled something. Something called the Wrath of the Two Moons. Now, this was something coined by Gamarian Hel'Turim himself. And I had never heard this man feel afraid, nor will he say that he was. But when he mentioned the last person, only person to ever have reached that, well, the name fell from his lips like molten lead. It was Yahiro Utamara in the Battle of Night Owl Valley. And I recall Night Owl Valley. I was not there, but I recall it in my mind, seeing the Dragon's Claw Canyon. I was quite afraid. Then you screamed as loud as you could scream. You blew away every pillar. I was afraid the entire city would crumble beneath your power. I was nearly blown away. I'd hold my ears shut with my hands. It took every bit of my power, every fiber of my being not to be blasted away. But I stood my ground. Right as I believed that I would perish again. And this time, to a meager adolescent drow. I knew Vasilios would never let me live that down. You fainted. Unable, it seemed, to wield that type of power. Makes sense. I believe Yahiro is... I know Yahiro is the most powerful wizard the world has ever seen, with the exception of one other. Archmage Adulard Meandoth. But Yahiro is a close second. And he was able to maintain it for only 10 minutes, I hear. You, 30 seconds. So so powerful. I was thoroughly impressed. So, I healed you. I maintained your wounds, and I looked back at Hector, Rocket. I saw him writhing on the ground, trying to crawl to me as I held you in my arms. And I healed him as well. But I left the scars. for I wanted him to remember what I could do, what I could take, and what he could not. But I knew that if you found out that he was killed, I would never be able to bend you to my will, so I kept him alive. And there is how you met. Krog-Dai Baron Melothius, your master. It's quite wondrous. Gamarian let me keep you, for you are definitely, most certainly enriched, and now you know that we need some of those, especially Aralendish enriched souls. So I kept you, groomed you to be a necromancer of great power, and here you are, a necromancer of great power. I'm so proud of you.
Then you took my memories away.
Aldrich Vesuvius, and me. You see, sure. I will tell you. So, for 6 years, you were my acolyte, along with Rocket. That is why he knows some necromancy. We were in a town, unmarked, in the center of the southernmost Dragon's Tail River. I believe you killed a necromancer there. Yes. His name was, Morot. His name was Morot. And you, yes. I know because I spoke with him. He was one of the people you worked with. I spoke with him. He said that he told you that you had a master, and so I sucked his soul back from Mortem and I thrust it back into a gem. It's right here on me. It's one of the first things I did when I got back, as I checked on my team. And he was dead in a lighthouse. He had lost one of the children of Gamarian, but luckily, I must commend you for this as well. You brought it directly to Baldric Vesuvius, which is good. It took a lot of time to craft the plague that makes those. But it is a town by the name of Cistern Gau. It is a town that we have left unmarked because none can go there, as it is in the Scar of Cruel, and through our political alignments with Glaucon Meridian, who does not allow anyone to go down there. One of the reasons why... Now this is odd. I wasn't here when this happened, but I heard of it. Glorbax Brandsbane. Now ghouls and ghasts are... pish. He slew a bone claw with his bare hands. Now that is something. Murdered everyone in the entire undead regiment. Everyone in Cistern Gau apparently was quite afraid that he was going to just stomp on over and decimate the entire city, to the point where Vasilios and the twins were sent to defend it. From one man. Can you believe it? But who knows why he was there. But you worked with me, Rocket, Lady Ravinian Dusara, who is still alive, by the way. She is known as the Cup of Sorrow. Quite a woman. She's slain many a king and queen in the Northern Realms. But regardless, Morot and Yam Ducksworth. Very poor name, not very menacing, but that is why he would never become a lich. Regardless. Your pseudo-father. What a wily gentleman he is. And as you both helped me concoct various alchemical creations, as that is the lich I am known for, the Scourge Lord, as they call me. You were here to help me, and you got quite good at alchemy, and I saw in your bags. You maintained that through the spell. You love alchemy. So many little regents in your bags. I'm so proud of you. You learned well. You are a moldable mind. You are... I had Hector do most of the heavy lifting, stacking many, many pounds of weight upon his back. Unfortunately, broke it a couple times, and that is why he walks in such a way. Oh well. Happens sometimes with slaves and such. You would know, being an Irelandish woman, would you not? Oh. But during all this time, you and he were inseparable. I could not, for the life of me, even modify your memory to a point where you hated him. I tried many times. Over the years, I would erase it, just being near him. I would wash the spell away, the foundations of enchantment replaced by the foundations of love, it would seem. So, that plan was run afoul. Because I needed both of you. For Hector, Roquette, sorry, was an enriched soul. And he was a very capable wizard. So, at the very least, I would turn him into a bone claw. Or, possibly, a lich, such as Yahiro Utamara, if one of us were to be a bit too weak, so to speak. But human necromancers are the most powerful. For we have the most life essence within our souls. Death and life, two sides of the same coin. And like magnetism, like Mortem's grip, we draw death to us. Therefore, human necromancy is the most powerful necromancy. Second is Erlendai. For the Erlendai have the most control over Hakishan pools of magic. Hakishan pools of magic were tainted by death long ago. So, necromancy is born. Necromancy, the two meldings of arcane and death. None have been able to harness death energy in its entirety, purest form. But, regardless, Roquette was a stubborn one. And he had recalled, through all the magic I had put him through as well, he had recalled a teleportation circle he had left within an underground hideaway that he had made. For when you and he were excavating the Underdark various times, one day he killed Yam. He murdered Yam Ducksworth in his bed. I was not too sad about that. And then he teleported far away, supposedly out of my reach, into that hideaway. I followed him there, obviously, because I'd seen all of his memories, and I saw his notes, I saw everything. I knew a teleportation circle, and I knew his plan. I did not know he was going to kill Yam, and I did not know when. But I knew he would do something, so I followed him. Fought him. He was weak. The burns and his back made it hard. You fought valiantly, or failed pretty easily again. I made sure that I paralyzed you first, because I needed Roquette gone, but I did not want Wrath of the Two Moons to come through you once more, so paralyzed you. And as I was about to finish the job, Archmaid Durswin for Servius came. an Archmage Durswin for Servius. She was a wondrous wizard, she was. And we tried to get her to bend the knee. But so unwilling she was. Divination wizards are hard to crack unless you get them when they're young. And so she fought me. And Rockette fought me as well. And I was on the back foot. There were shock waves so powerful, magic so potent that it shook the very ground above our heads. 10 quakes, to be exactly. You know them, if you read any history books. The earthquake of 1527. That was me, Durswin, and Rockette, battling within the dark of the Underdark. Glorious battle it was. But you see, Rockette knew that if I died, I would just reform. And I must give him credit once more, for he had read my notes, and he had watched me work. And this brilliant wizard he is learned enough soul transmutation, and I was at the last bit of my constitution. My resolve was failing, but I had resolved to die. Durswin. They had said something to each other. Those divination wizards they are. Durswin stopped fighting me, no matter how I persisted. But she kept my attention, and I was foolish, for I wished to die to get out of there. All the while, Rockette had fled back to you. Durswin led me there, and there I was, about to die, and Rockette hooked my soul. For he knew that the phylactery, it acts like Mortem's grip. It is instant, too powerful to fight. That is the beauty of lichdom. So, the much weaker pull is that of the body. So he knew that if he got me weak enough, my soul had worn out its use from all the Hikishan magic I had used, and he would be able to snag my soul. And he did. But Baldric for Servius followed his mother into that hole, smote his mother, killed her so mercilessly. Rockette turned around, nearly fast enough, before Rockette was thrown to the ground by Baldric for Servius himself. And with the last bits of my power, my body already flown to dust, Thanatos ripping it to shreds, I thrust myself toward you, so that I may occupy your body. And a cat jumped in the fucking way. And so I was in a cat for the past year, because he wished to save your life. Apparently, Rockette and him can speak. Neither Baldric or me knew this. So when he said save her, Baldric laughed, and Mr. Quinches jumped. While Rockette was on the ground, Baldric had his way with him, ruining his mind, making sure that all the pillars that it needed were that of enchantment. And he struck a deal with me. I would speak to Bernard Stelmus, and he would be made the Archmage of Divination without a fuss. His mother made a hero, died in the fields of battle. And Rocket was made into Hector, for that was what Baldric saw in Rocket. Made him into a selfish, conniving, selfish little man. And he thought it was clever, that it was an anagram for Rocket. And with the last remaining bits of my power, and a lot of his, we placed a spell that I had been working on, that I was about to cast on you the very next day. The curse of Draugen's chosen den. Not enchantment. No. It is necromancy. They are guardians. Each time you think of something that I do not wish you to think, I arise and wipe it from your memory as it comes. And, as I know you already have, you removed a layer. It kills you, slowly, if you try. I was going to place that on your head. I believe Rocket saw that in my notes. Somehow he divined. Divination Archwizard, again, I must give him credit. He is. His resolve is great. We left for Shenton. We left for Gren the very next day. Hector being my ever... No. I was a cat, I cannot say much. I relied on him far more than he relied on me at that point. Regardless, everywhere he looked, the memory flooded back to him. By the time we left Shenton, half the enchantment magic is gone. But it was sparse, and he switched between the two of them. Rocket, Hector, Baldric, Rocket. So I pretended to be Mr. Grinch's, talked to him like a cat might. I convinced him that nothing was there other than his cat. Just a mean version of it. And as we were leaving Shenton, you would not believe it, Dagger Morris arises. Another enriched soul, Erlenda Drow. And he gets into the cart, and he rides along with us. And Rocket, as Dagger Morris rose from the bag, Rocket saw the face of an Erlandish man. His white hair, his off-hue skin, and another pillar fell. I could see it right in front of my eyes. But we needed one more. Rocket knew. So he left him at that inn. And I could do nothing. I could do nothing because I was a cat. Could not communicate. I had so little power. It's all I could do to just leech off of that poor cat's soul. So, as we were riding, though, I looked over. I saw you in the woods already. It's unreal. I'm at a loss for words. It was quite interesting. And then we saw you again in Tristwell. And you know the rest. There you have it. That is not kind to say.
You and that sniveling little archmage
I can
ruined it all because of your pride. All of this. What does it do?
What does what do?
The also.
No, I am not telling you that. Perhaps if you are good, I will remove the curse on your head, and you can see all that I told you laid out before you.
Will it be all of my memories or just the ones you want me to see?
I will give you them all. You seem very happy. And I would hate for you to die with such despair. Gamarian was right. I should have just thrust you into that prison cell. But I wanted an alkalite so bad, especially an enriched soul Erelendi. That is a prize worth keeping. Hate me all you want. I am the only reason you stand right now. I saved you in Ulmarston. And I gave you all of the tools you have now. And he stands 7 feet tall. Clutches your head. Love me. In despair. For I am the only one that will live, that will. You have much time to live in this place. Grow to love me. Brockett has maybe 20 years if I do not kill him myself. Or turn him into something monstrous. Indeed. You will grow. You will learn to appreciate me and all of my beauty and glory, my power, my magnificence, the Scourge Lord.
Can I go back to my cell now?
What can I do to make you feel better? To make you appreciate me for what I have done? I took you in. You did not need to. And you came to me, as I said before, you came to me for knowledge.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You're a necromancer, Vivian. Why do you
Doesn't
think you...
make me one. I didn't ask you.
No. Your soul is vile. Why do you think you took upon it so easily? You learned it so well, more than any other magic. We are kindred, you and I. The human and the drow, yes. Come now, Vivian. I am your master. I may give you power enough. I will give you power enough to slay Baldric for Servius. I will allow you to do it. All you must do is love me.
want you to leave Rockhead alone. Make sure no one lays a finger on him.
I will need one more
Make sure
thing for
no
that.
one kills him, and I will love you.
I am a fan of accords. I am. You know this. I just told you of 2 that I made.
And one that you broke.
What was one that I broke?
To Bilphus.
I never shook on it. As I said to him, Bilphus was the one that betrayed your father, not me. Remember, I removed the Modify memory from his head. He did so willingly. You must offer me one more thing. One more thing before I accept this, and I promise you, Rockhead will live in the new world Gamarian rules over. I promise you, if you offer me one more thing. Baldric said that a man by the name of Titus Mirkwood saved your life in Heimdallr. Is that true?
Yes.
Corrupt his soul for me.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
You haven't seen him. He burned down the tree. I can't do that.
Find a way. If you promise me you will do anything in your power to ensure Titus Mirkwood falls. Help Gamarian and your father. And I will protect Rockhead, D.H. Friedman, with all the power the 6th of the 10 can muster.
Can I think about it?
I am a gracious father. So yes, take all the time you need. Vivian, Malothius, you may go. Okay, he falls right behind you.
No, leave me alone. Leave me alone! Oh,
Icklid and Gabriella
no.
find themselves within
I can't do
a
Cockney right now, bro. Fuck.
Is it
Bads.
just us two?
And Bads.
He's there,
Who at this point?
but he's
He's like a grape.
No, he's
amazing.
he's extremely thin and sort of draped over both of your hands like a noodle.
no, bro. Okay.
And you've been here for a month now.
Have you tried anything that has like helped him at all?
Nothing you do has worked.
Okay.
And you have 4 strength right now.
4. Ugh. That blows. Has he like changed form over time?
Mm-mm.
Bads? He's just been a noodle this whole time.
Yeah, I'm just.
It's been a fucking month. It's been a fucking month, and we've been here this whole fucking time. I haven't even.
I know. I want to go home.
Yeah, I want to go home too.
I want my dad. I can, and I like look at Batson and I can only imagine. This is how I might have looked to you after I came out of the bath.
Far worse than me. Maybe not, actually. I'm fucked up. I'm really bad. I'm really bad.
I wish I knew what to do.
Keep giving me your blood, or I die.
Your what? You're feeding your blood.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look,
The last time I did it, it just kept taking.
you just need to close the book. That's all it is.
I just don't know when to stop.
I can stop you.
It's okay, Gabriel.
Go about 3 seconds and it'll be good for a week.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fine.
Oh, thank you, bless you.
Oh God.
You have an axe on you, right? Visibly?
You're gonna
All of
use
you have
a
all of your
whole
other
axe?
stuff.
Huh?
I gotta have something smaller. I probably have a dagger.
Okay. Can I see your axe? For a moment.
Huh? Hands up before I get home, please.
What did he say?
You've already got one leg, son. I don't need that much.
I don't have a knife on me.
Oh, I can just bite you.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And I
God,
take the book out
gross.
and
Oh,
okay, come on.
I'm gonna need to close my mouth down around it with the other hand.
Okay, alright. And I like, crap. Sure,
God, this
I'm sorry.
And it flops down. And as you bleed,
yeah.
much slower this time. And small streams.
Mm.
Most of it just dripping down onto the floor.
Yeah.
Small stream makes it to the book and
Uh-huh.
into the binding.
Okay. Is it like pulling it out now like it was last time or?
Yeah, but it's slow.
Okay.
It's like
Alright.
even the book.
Okay.
Maybe a little more than 3 seconds.
Yeah, I do it for like 10 seconds. Okay.
Okay. And he regains some of his strength.
Sorry about it.
Better?
Yeah, well, no, thank you.
Okay. Glad.
I wish I could remember a damn thing.
About what?
Anything.
What do you mean? You don't remember getting here? What?
I don't remember what happened in that fucking book.
Oh.
I don't remember what god I'm supposed to be from. I don't remember a goddamn thing. I'm just lost here, floating around and I have no idea
See,
why everything's affecting me like this.
so you're just stringing me along this whole time.
I want answers too, England. I'm living just like you. No one wants to live without me.
Well, I wish it didn't take a month in a prison to get that out of you.
I don't know I'm a bastard either. I guess I'm trying to figure that out too. Man, I wish that big man was here.
And second thought.
Oh man, he smelled divine. Smelled real good. Good sweat,
So you could fight him again?
good musk. I wouldn't fight him. No way. Oh, I'd lick his boot. 100%. He was swell.
You took Dagomar since bro.
What?
You said the big man. And you
Talking
don't
about
talk-
that Titus fella.
Oh,
Not Dagomor's.
okay.
Dagomor's has a stench, not a smell. Smells like arrogance and perfume. Never seen him put on perfume. Smells like a fucking gun.
Have I tried to ritual cast detect magic?
None of your magic works. You've tried.
Fucking sucks in here. Come here. Start with you. And you still got your boots on.
Do
Fuck.
they...
That sucks.
You don't want me to take them off.
What?
Well,
Yeah, take off your boots.
And I like push his face aside. Wouldn't Titus have noticed that you're missing by now?
Tyrus has definitely noticed that I'm missing. It's been a month.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of how successfully he's going to get in here.
Isn't it kind of alarming that nobody's come yet?
We were supposed to start the march in another 2-3 weeks. If it's been a month. Right?
Another 2-3 weeks? No, another month and a half. 2 months from now? It's like July something. I don't know where I am.
It is July 21st.
And we were supposed to start the march
August 16th.
August 16th.
Oh, we had to be there by like the
2 weeks, yeah. It was 2 weeks early that you know of.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We were supposed to start the march in like the middle of August.
Okay.
So-
Wouldn't someone have come before then?
How would I get here?
For just me.
How would they get here?
No, same way we got here?
Yeah, well, how are they gonna break us out?
With an,
There's
an
big
entire
motherfuckers.
army as well.
You see them running
With
in.
an entire army as well. Ideally, we're supposed to have the dwarves march with us. And then whatever humans we could scrounge up beyond what we already had. They wouldn't have pushed forward the march
Right.
just because we got captured.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Well, I would push it up for you.
wouldn't
Perhaps that's very nice of you to say.
they send a rescue party or something?
How would they get here, boy?
Just like how we were a rescue party.
You're not weak, boy. If you couldn't do it, then most people couldn't.
It's 10 fucking niches.
Did you see him up there in that road? Disgusting, vile things. You fucking smell them. When I get my full power back, I'm gonna fucking turn them on to bone meal. I'm glad they come back to life. Kill them over and over again. That's what I'm saying.
And you just didn't do that the first time because...
Look at me. I know what I look like. I look like a fucking wet noodle. Slapping against your hand. It's not my best. But I'm glad you're staying strong. You got good blood. Nutritious.
It is in limited supply.
Alright. nice they're feeding you. Well, do. Some fucking meals of kings in here. That fucking farmland all outside. They're just eating well. I don't even think they need to eat. Unreal. It's unbelievable, really.
Can't they just magic to food? Well, they did in
Magic
the
food
farmland.
tastes like shit. That's why. Fucking Hecate. Gorgeous, I bet she is. I saw her in that temple one minute. Big lady. She's huge. Well, food tastes like garbage. Yeah, that's my two copper. All right.
I guess it's kind of funny to think of a skeleton with a fucking hoe. Tin in the man.
I'm glad it's big women that's keeping you going.
It always has been. It always has been. I seem to recall a big woman in my past. I bet she was nice. Anyway,
Mortal or your god?
I think my god's a big woman.
There are plenty of big women.
Is it wrong to fetishize your own god? Is it blasphemy?
I think that's.
I don't really
Just-
think you're the one who's going to be punished.
Or is that
I
sort
think
of
that's
par
just
for the
devotion.
cause?
Yeah.
That's true. You gotta want to fuck your god. It's like you need to.
No.
Yeah.
No,
You wanna fuck Balance, alright?
Haha.
True.
Wish I was with you female now.
Alright.
No.
Anyway, Eupheme and Dagomars sit in the cell for a minute.
Getting really tired of being in here. A month. And they're feeding us. What is this place? Fucking
I think you've said that before, Dagomar.
I have. Every day I say it. Eupheme. I can only do so many
I was
push-ups
gonna say push-ups.
before I lose my mind.
Is he in the best shape he's ever been?
Nearly, actually, yeah.
Up his strength score for me. Thank you.
I don't know. You never want to dance.
You know what? Fuck it. Maybe we do that tonight.
Really?
Yes, Eupheme, that's how mad I am. That's how fucking crazy I am.
Yeah, I guess then let's get fucking crazy then. I don't think we've tried that yet.
Oh, I have. Yes, I have.
The weirdest part is, I was so sure that I would think of something.
What?
I don't know.
How to get out of
Something.
here? You haven't thought of anything.
I was so sure coming in here, I would think of a way that I could save you. Save Vivian.
I appreciate that. Truly, I do.
It didn't happen.
Did not. I can tell, because we're still here. Unless your plan involves waiting a month.
It's
Brilliant.
starting to.
I like a man who can, think on the fly. Improvise his plan. And you are doing well. Right now, I can see your mind churning. The cogs turning away.
It's like I can hear you in my fucking head now.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, your breathing is pretty loud.
Fair.
I'm so glad you do not snore, Eupheme. I really, truly do believe I would have killed you. I know. I'm sorry, but if snoring plus being in here for a month, it is all I can do.
You know what, Dagomars? This might sound weird, but I think I'm immortal.
Huh?
I knocked you on your ass. Immortals are not so easily on their ass.
You didn't kill me, and I think that's the only
I could
qualification.
have, and I knew. You bleed.
I bleed.
Immortals do not bleed.
I've been trying to die for 5 years now.
You should have seen me a year ago. I would have done so willingly. You did not look hard enough.
I don't think that's it, considering where I am. No. Staring at this wall,
You are not immortal.
I can see it. I'm immortal.
No, you're not.
I cannot die.
Listen, Eupheme, I've met people that thought they were immortal. They do not act like you.
Well, I'm unique and immortal. Do you remember what they said? They said I was touched by death, right?
Yes.
If you're touched by death and alive, you're immortal.
Wow. It's so mathematically sound. Never heard something so eloquent.
You're sounding sarcastic, but I really don't see the flaw in it. I've been thinking, like, for days about this.
Days. And you've managed to keep it in.
I'd be sure. Now I'm sure.
That is a shame. Though I must. Your discipline has gotten greater. I applaud you. Very nice.
You have your sword, right?
Yes, I do. I cannot use any of my magic.
Don't need magic if I'm mortal.
If you do not use any of yours, then I will not use mine. If you would like to duel, if you would like to dance in that way, so be it.
I don't want to duel. I want to prove a point.
You want me to stab you? No. Not. Because if you are not, then you just lie bleeding on the floor. And I cannot heal you.
Well, then we'd know.
And then I'd be here with a stinking, rotting corpse instead of company. No matter how annoying it may be. I'm not doing that. I've been alone in a cell for over a year before.
Okay, this is going to sound crazy.
Oh. Yes, Eupheme, what is it?
I don't think I'm immortal in a normal way. Just circumstantially.
There's immortality in normal ways.
Like, if you stab me, it's probably like a 50-50 chance I die, I don't die.
Wow.
But you won't stab me
So you're immortal.
because I'm immortal. I've thrown my body in front of many different blades. Fireballs,
And you do not die. Yes.
guns. Exactly.
Then you're just unlucky, you fool. Just like me. We are both unlucky. I tried to kill myself. 198 times
Christ.
when I was in the Underdark. Smacked the back of my head against the floor. I would lose consciousness for 30 seconds, maybe a minute before I was brought back. Unlucky.
Doesn't sound as poetic.
I bashed thine head against thy floor.
The unlucky part.
Oh,
Mine.
I see. Yes, well, I don't know. Luck is more poetic than divinity. It is more mortal, more grounded, yes.
Not as good of a tool, though. If I was immortal, I could at least be a shield.
Have you heard of a god named Ananke?
Sorry?
Have you heard of a goddess by the name of Ananke?
No.
It's a god of inevitability and compulsion. There is no god of destiny that I know of. But there are some things that are inevitable. Perhaps you are cursed. The god, the goddess of inevitability, to never die. Maybe it is inevitable that you live a long life.
I would can think of many different people who I'd rather have that.
Eupheme, you are a fool. You wax such philosophy. And yet, a fool you are. Who better to have a long life than yourself?
What?
Who better? For Baldric for Servius, the cunt he is. Who better for himself than to have a long life himself? You are you. You wish yourself long life, or you are a fool.
But then I'm a fucking fool.
Yes, we've established this.
I've been a fool for a long time. I know, I'm a fucking fool. But don't you think it's kind of fucked up that the people who deserve long lives tend to never get them? I know you probably don't. I see them. I see the dead. I hear their woes and I get to help them.
That is a philosophy that I hear frequently. Why do you think Titus Mirkwood does what he does?
I have no idea why.
For that same reason. For there is injustice in what you say. And that very few that deserve to live long lives live as long as they should. Gamarian lives. Who knows? Glaucon, more than 4,000 years old. My father, he was 200. He died 2,800 years short. And all 200 of his years, he lived as a slave.
Is that just unlucky? Can we?
No, that is injustice, Eupheme. But there's no injustice in you living long. That is justice, for you are a good person, Eupheme. And I would know. I've been a bad person, and I've seen many.
I'm trying to make it a justice. I'm trying to turn this curse into something. This curse.
It is not a curse, it is a blessing to live. I know that now. There is a saying. The mayfly lives for but a day, and sometimes it rains. Sometimes it rains, Eupheme. But take solace in the fact that you live more than a day, and you may see it shine through. For the mayfly, it lives. It is not distraught that it rains, it is filled with joy that it got to see such wondrous acts of nature. Be like the mayfly. Live your day.
I wish I could.
You can.
I keep waiting for the curtains to be drawn in, for the day to end.
Then do not wait for that.
If I keep watching, I just see more and more people getting taken away.
Do not.
More and more evil just around the horizon, and I know I keep talking about just one more step, one more day, but there has to be something to this.
I will not have you sit there and talk about how much evil you've seen, or how many people you've seen taken away. I've seen.
It's not a fucking contest, Agamor.
Oh, it is not. But if I can keep going, then you certainly can.
And you're stronger than me then. I keep going because I have to. If you find something
do
after all
that.
this,
Ephraim, why do you think I am stronger than you? I'm weak! I'm the weakest of all of us, and you know it! I ran from my people! I abandoned Vivian! I let my anger rule me, and my pride drive everything I do! Where's strength? I have but a string. I have one thing keeping me going, and that is what I want my people to live.
there's still life in you.
Barely.
At least I can see it. It's burning.
No
in
one
your
loves me.
passion.
There are many that love you. All of my people, I will not even see them in the rivers of Mortem. You have many. Do not look at me like that. You have so much to live for, Ephraim, and you are powerful. Do that and save. Bring justice with your life. As I try to do with mine now, after too long of not.
This is going to mean nothing to you. But when I lost my family, when my family lost me, I didn't have anything else. I know you understand. I couldn't find anything else. It doesn't matter what's there. I can't see it. I don't feel it. And I don't know if you understand this. But I'm barren. I'm hollow. And there's the dead, whose problems are much, much greater than mine. There's you, whose problems are much, much greater than mine. There's this fucking world that's probably on the brink of destruction. And I really just want to see my family again.
Yes, I am.
And everything that people love me for, people speak to me for, it's my only motivation is seeing my desire and my need for the only people who actually accepted me when I was at my lowest in their eyes. I'm your friend, Agamors, because I don't have my father.
And you are mine, for I do not have mine. We are both selfish, but life is selfish. But you may take only if you give back. That is what my mother said. You're not hollow. Your voice bears too much weight. You'd be a better bard if you were hollow. Better acoustics. But you're filled with much, Ephraim. If nothing else, then a loving family somewhere. The memories of them, at least. It is not a competition, Ephraim. My suffering and yours. I speak only to say are bigger issues in the world. Mine are much larger than yours. Titus's are much larger than yours. Glaucon is a larger enemy than your sorrow. And the liches will bear more weight than the love of your family. To the world, but not to you.
No.
And that is what matters. I've grown to know. When I got out of the Underdark, I hated everyone. Despised humans. Loathed high elves. And all I wanted to do was kill Glaucon Meridian. Every picture I saw of him hung up on the walls, and every time I did, I hated humanity more. For they were slaves, just as my father was. And they were proud of it, just as my father was. I never saw my father die. That doesn't matter. All I did was I cheated, I stole, killed, and deceived. No purpose. But you have purpose. Yuvim. As do I now. I wish to save my people, and you wish to see your family. But what world will you be born into if you die now?
I always thought all these things would be easy. Honestly, I did. Compared to the weight of bearing the understanding that the people you love the most just didn't feel the same way.
I thought you said you didn't know what happened to your family.
I assumed the worst.
Well, perhaps you should stop doing that. For how long were you traveling with them for?
About 10 years.
You were not the most insufferable person they met, nor were you the most insufferable person of their family, I can guarantee you that. They did not leave you. And again, you are a fool for thinking that.
I say all that to say. Maybe I'm not immortal.
No, you're not.
That was a little bit of a reach.
Glad we have come full circle.
Still a possibility,
It's not.
but maybe there are other ways to die.
There's only one good one.
Yeah.
At a ripe old age. With a fucking cat in your window and someone you love making you tea. A warrior's death is for pussies. For Mortem and his slow, lingering grasp is far more terrifying than any blade I've ever seen. And being able to live all the way up until that point and just fall into his grasp and know in that moment alone, that it is not as terrifying as you believed it was. There's your poetry, Eupheme.
Well, it looks pretty terrifying right now.
Perhaps. But Mortem right now is the least terrifying god I've met. From what I've read of my people, he was quite nice. To them, at least. Let them swim next to each other. No longer. But perhaps I fix that too, hopefully. I will not die until I lob the head from Viscardi Morgan. Fuck Glaucon. He'll die to Titus Mirkwood.
You have more time than me, so we should probably get started pretty soon. Another month in here would be very, very bad.
Me and you, Eupheme, are going to kill every villain in the entire world.
One at a time. Maybe two. You have two swords?
The Liches can die at once. I've seen your flourishes. It's a heavy blow.
If I got my feet under me.
Perhaps they knock over like dominoes. That would be nice.
What would be nice is, if there's multiple ways to die, then there has to be some sort of resurrection, right?
I do not know.
Living is growing, is changing, is reacting. And I haven't grown in a long time.
I disagree. I've gone with you. And when I'm there, pissing on Viscardi Morgan's decapitated and disemboweled corpse, sing a song while I'm there for me. Would like you to be there. You and Vivian. See me at the end. Finally happy. Finally happy. What a dream that is.
I'd really love to help you reach that dream. I really would.
Would you have other things you want to do?
I don't know. I don't know what I want.
Well, let us see where the road takes us, if there is any road out of this God's forsaken city. Now I will rest. If you'll allow me to do so.
I'll try to breathe as quietly as possible.
Thank you.
Okay. We now go forward to August 1st in Wells. Thonian Caskbow, within the body of old friend Cannon, leads you through the streets of Wells. Nasu and Humphrey have joined him at this point. Leads you through the streets of Wells. It feels strange, the town does. You get the sense that none who live here have both their feet planted in the town. It all feels a bit transient. The dust blowing in from the east echo this feeling. Plumes of it kicking up from the ground and carried upon whisperless winds. You look toward their coming, and you see the crops of the southern realms reduced to ash and glass, smoking still from the breath of Glaucon Meridian and shimmering with the blood of Balanzar, with the blood of humanity, and resting beneath the titanic fleshy trees that have replaced the town miles from you now. The homes are a bit worn down, dust trapped within their bevel walls of wood, and many scratches upon their single-paned windows just beneath small eaves filled with rustic shingles of red. The townspeople all look rather haggard, dusty like the walls of their homes, and worn like the land they've lived and died on for so many years. You see all emotions they make. You see all emotions but content strewn through their faces, a tiredness seeping into every expression they make, and a distant look of sorrow pooling just beneath their eyes. Happiness does exist there, within their faces, but you see within the mirrors of their eyes their child obliterated by lightning, their wife ripped away by the fires of an archmage, or you see their entire life run to wastes by a king who is meant to care for their land. And for them, but lo, you do not hear of it, for they do not speak of it. And one may be so ignorant to claim strength in this fact, that they do not crave the attention such suffering may garner. But this is sadness for humanity, is it not? The dismay of speaking of such ailments for fear that they become all you see. That the last remaining years of your life are filled only with that loathsome despair, and the last thoughts you think are of the vileness of the world and not of the flowers and the wonderful songs of the wind. For there be no flowers in the world, and no more children to prance through them as they ought. There is no sun that shines happily down onto their faces as they smile up to the sky in glee. There is only day and night, for the moon means nothing but the passing of the times, and the stars are nothing but reminders of worlds far better than this. Anthonian looks to all of you. Life really isn't as beautiful as the clouds for these people, is it?
It hasn't been for a long time.
Indeed. Let's go. Let's continue. As you walk through the streets, many faces pass you by. However, one in particular catches yours as she looks through your ranks with a particular interest. She is a uniquely beautiful woman with barely red hair tied in a ponytail, pale skin, and soft features beneath green eyes. She wears what looks to be guard's garb, thin broiled leather painted in blue and red over a chainmail vest and pants. Upon the leather is a symbol, a deer's face lit by a fire out of view with a forest of shadow in the background. She stops. This is going to sound really strange, and I'm sorry. Do you know a man named Dagamaris?
Yes.
Hey, who needs to know?
That name? What, are you trying to kill him or something?
No, my name is Anina.
Not trying to kill Dagamaris.
No.
Anina. He's mentioned that name.
He mentioned someone that looks somewhat like you. Sorry, you probably don't know about him.
I traveled with him for quite a while.
You did?
Yes.
Osiren.
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 Yes.
Thank you.
So
That is
close.
yes. He spoke well of you.
Okay. What do you want?
I can also understand that reaction knowing Dagamaris. I don't want anything. I just wanted to know if you knew him. I've been looking for him. I got a message from a little kid about a month ago, asking where I was, and I thought that it might have something to do with him. It was just a voice in my head.
Oh.
asking me where I was, and do you know if he's safe?
I know he's alive.
All right, Anina. Yeah. Get out of here. Shoo. And she ran away. We got more of the town to see, and that's just a sad story that I don't want to listen to. You know what I mean? He was apparently, and this is the talk of the town, because Dagamora sure is a hot topic right here. He apparently was dating her.
What? No.
Yeah. Isn't that wild? I've
She
heard
a
many things
masochist?
about Dagamaras. Honestly, I thought there was just a mound there. To be completely, I don't know, who would ever, right? I mean, he seems like a vicious cunt to me, but what do I know?
Don't think I've ever seen him affectionate.
How much you pay her?
Exactly, this is what I'm thinking exactly. Nasu, I've heard things about you, my friend. Yes, indeed. Quick with the tongue. Fuck you, Humphrey. Anyway, let's continue.
Comeuppance. Nasu comeuppance.
Oh, Siren. No, wait. None of you have. Okay. You see
Fuck you too, Adrian.
you see a nearly familiar face. A woman whose body is guarded with well-made leather armor over a thin layer of chainmail. Padded leather leggings securely fashioned and adorned with pouches and thick hunting knife. Her face is partly obscured by a metal mask. Her short, curly, platinum white hair poofing out from her head just above a slightly wrinkled upper face. Her jawbones slightly protrude over the mask, and her eyes are heterochromatic. One the color of blood, the other a piercing blue. She appears to be reminiscent of Vivian. She looks at you.
Yeah. She didn't have a mask before.
You're the red fucker, right?
I'm glad word's getting around.
You misunderstand. You're a deserter.
Deserter of what?
I believe there's a bit of a bounty on your head. And you look through one of the cracks in the wall. As you stand there, the door creaks open, and within you see a small home filled with smoke. And beyond this small veil of smoke, you see, just past and to the left of a shanty stairwell leading to the second floor, a small table with a few people sitting around it playing cards and smoking cigars. You recognize some of them. One in particular you see looks at you. You don't believe you ever met him, but you recall hearing of him, a pit fighter in Dunbarrow. But you seem to remember him having a brother from what you heard. But as you look at him through the crack in the door, his eyebrow twitches, and you see him stand quickly. He wears an unbuttoned suit over a fine dress and suspenders, but he appears far too large for them. Larger than Titus, you'd wager, with a head twice as meaty and features thrice as bold. His hair cut short, with very defined hairline, and he walks toward you with purpose, along with two others dressed in finely tailored suits, smoking thin cigars, and he... That is Nasu Fims. That is the red fucker himself. I never met you. Not once. I wanted to. After I heard your mentor. Your mentor does so good with the boomstick, yes. Give me your hand. My name is Blast. My name is Blast Clayson.
quite a name.
I can see you have heard of me by the way you were looking at me. I was a pit fighter.
Yeah, you had a brother, right?
I did. Yes.
Oh.
His name was Cletus. Cletus Gleisen. Glaucon got him. Dead in the flames of Dumbledore. But I'm honored that you recall his name as well. He was a splendid pit fighter as well. Many heads cracked under his fingers. Oh, Cletus. I miss him so. But you with your many guns on your back. Athantius here, she only has the one. And she... Oh, that is fine. But you have like 4. That is double. That cool. Wait, no. That is quadruple? Yes. Anyway, I work for the Vostasen. Yes. Just as you still work for the Vostos, for you are not dead.
Not anymore.
But you are not dead. So
Well,
you work for the Vostos.
technically. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, yeah.
You get
Correct.
what I'm saying. Yeah, I know you're right. Yes. That is what that dome is for, and he rubs your head. For holding the big brain in there.
Maybe we should talk.
Oh, no. What is your name?
Hello. Thought I would be introduced, but I guess not. Osiren Grenmore.
Oh, Siren Grenmore. Nice to meet you.
And you?
Blessed. So, introduce you. He's right. What is your friends? Yes.
This is Humphrey, Regalius.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I did not realize I was in the presence of such royalty. My name is Blast. And he... finally. Shut the fuck up. Don't even slaps his hand. You're not gonna shake his hand, Blast. All right, that is okay. And what about this? Oh, lovely Leonin woman.
Mythos.
Wait. No. So, go. Yes, Mythos. Mythos. What is your last name?
Hellream.
Helrim. Very nice to meet you.
Does he recognize me at all?
No. Well. Naughty. Super naughty boy. I, honestly, when they saw you, they told me, Blast, go and beat the shit out of that man. Go and beat him until he is barely alive so that we can still use him, but he knows his place. And I said, but he is Red Fucker. I know his name. He is trained by Durs. He's trained by Durs. He has fire in his waist. Yes? That is the power boomstick. You pull it out. And I thought, well, I fought some people with a boomstick. Maybe one. Mm-hmm. She lost. Mm-hmm. It is fine. I do not want to beat the shit out of you until you barely breathe.
I gotta say it's really tough, but I kind of agree with you. I'm kind of right there with you. What is it?
That is the problem. I do not need to beat the shit out of you.
Yeah, I know.
But someone else is going to. Just a bit, though. Maybe you can talk your way out of it, but I doubt it. But if any of you intervene, there will be fists. Many. Yes. And he pulls out 2 cestices.
From you?
Yes, from me. I will beat the shit out of you, and Mythos. Sorry, you're lovely. I will try not to ruin your hair. It is quite nice.
Thank you.
Yes. But Sonian here will make sure that Nosu is beat as well.
Is this before or after the Torathonian?
What? The tour?
I
I was giving you a tour? Yeah, but we have alliances. Sorry. We have alliances with the Foster, so they want to beat the shit out of you. I gotta beat the shit out of you, you know what I mean?
I understand. I know the drill. I'm saying now or later.
Oh, no, it has to be now.
Yes.
It's from when we saw you. I saw you.
Right.
We know you're
Understood.
here. It is quite surprising, you see, for we thought the red fucker died in Tilia. We heard trials, yes? And then you leave the trial, and then all this shit happens in Tristful. There is a combination here, yes? There is cause and effect.
Yeah.
The red fucker is at the tree of life. It burns to the ground. He is hot and spicy like a pepper. We think maybe he did that. It was an uproar. It was an uproar. Everyone is in the streets. They were wearing horns. And then we found a day later it was Titus Merklin. And we all felt a bit silly. Some people with their face paint on, and there was some yes, sort of a hero in the fire district because you killed some bastards. Yes. 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 So beating time. Yes. What?
Is he allowed to fight?
Oh, if he does, it gets worse for him. And I see you are very magical.
Oh, sorry.
If you try to do some magic, then the fists and her guns and his... What do you do, Sonia? And they'll sleep. Oh, all right then. So, please, do not. You are very outnumbered. The Vostovs are here, yes? All right, then I will back off. And then the person that you will beat is coming right down the stairs right now, actually. So get ready.
Real quick.
Is this?
So
Are you
you-
okay?
I'm fine. Don't handle this. You said I could possibly talk my way.
Talk your way out of it. Not just me. I am Grunt. But I am big
Right.
Grunt. Big Grunt. And I am a proud Grunt. All right, you see?
Yes. It's just a simple question, really. There's bounty on me, technically, right?
We are not here to kill you.
No, I understand. But what if by circumstance I've already died?
I see that you are elf now. Yes. That will just makes the beating even worse, to be honest. The beating will come though. It is coming right now.
What was the charisma thing that we bought from the bakery?
Oh.
I don't think we bought it, actually.
Large sickle? No.
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 It was like
God, share
candy
my-
or something, right?
If you want to look, you can.
Oh fuck! What did we buy?
As you stand there,
Oh my gosh.
speaking with Blast,
Okay.
you hear someone inside. First, you see his hands, calloused and wrinkled. Then you see his face, grizzled and even more wrinkled, with a large nose above a beard of salt and pepper. His brows are unshapely, and his hair is slicked back despite thinning immensely. He is wearing a vest over a pinstriped cotton button-up shirt, and though his skin reflects an age far greater than yours, the strain on those buttons communicates a strength far greater as well.
Oh no, he's hot.
Busting out of his shirt.
You recognize this face. This is Belovich, quote, the Silent Tide, and Tanovov.
He's got a middle name.
The owner and shot caller of the Faraday Hole Inn, as well as the Varstov's primary launderer of money from the Port of Ash, and what had ended up being Durz's real boss. He walks up to you.
You're not okay. It's not happening.
You are also, yes. Yes, you are. Just say
Is that? Yeah. Yeah. It's me.
Okay, Boom! Okay, roll initiative.
Alright.
Christ.
This-
I don't want to train. Oh my god.
He's got a theme
13.
song. He can't do a damn thing.
13?
Yeah.
9.
All
So
right.
as he slaps you across the face with brass knuckles.
Wait. He already hits, or
He already hit you.
whatever.
You-
Okay.
6 damage.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna
I
whittle you
take
down.
the. I take the dodge action.
Okay, so you take the dodge action.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, yes, and blast. You have the chances. Apologize to me. No, never mind. They take it back. Yes. Goes. Natural 2
God, the bar stopped.
and a
Losers.
19.
Fuck.
Natural 2.
Natural 2 and a 19. It's
Yeah.
multi-attack.
Oh, okay, but they're
Well, you
disadvantage.
roll
I'm
at
dodging.
Disadvantage, yeah. So that is a natural 2 for the
Okay.
first one. And an 11 for the second. Wait, no. It's just one attack that gets disadvantage on a dodge action. It's the next action, right?
I don't know.
Here, let me check.
Okay.
Let me double check because I don't want to swindle you here.
I thought it was attacks for the next turn.
Until the start of your next turn, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
cool.
so that's
Yeah.
11.
Okay.
That's 11 to,
I
Yeah,
gotta
it
use
misses.
that
And you-
action more often.
Yeah.
All right.
I thought you said you were gonna give me a beating.
This is good. Yes. Okay, it's your turn.
Dodge.
Okay. Okay. That is a 12 to hit. Nope, 13 to hit.
Misses.
Misses. Okay, that is a 17 to hit.
Okay, that one hits.
Okay, okay.
Screaming. Keep your hands up! Getting close!
Okay, that is
Again.
8 points of damage
Okay.
as he
Alright.
clocks you in
Protect
the jaw.
yourself at all times! Watch the right, watch the right.
You are a Weasley. You are a Weasley. I'll give you that. Okay, what's your next turn?
Dodge.
Okay.
Ah! He's gonna take a long.
You gotta hit him, though.
That is a 10.
He fights back, he gets fucked.
10 and a 23.
Okay. The 23
First one
hits.
misses.
Yeah.
Okay. 9 points of damage
Okay.
as an uppercut hits you under the chin. Just stand a bit still, no sir, please.
Don't
Please,
just take
just a
it.
little bit. You know it's coming. What are you doing?
I'm gonna. Shit.
Paralyzed. Gladius.
I'm gonna disengage,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just gonna like walk backwards like 10 feet.
Okay. Okay.
Don't be a bitch, not to. Make him bleed!
I will show you I am Silent Tide. And he bumps the knuckles together. You see a red, bloody water swirl across the brass knuckles.
This guy? Wait, what? This guy's Sigmariansing right now?
No, it's brass knuckles, Dina.
Oh, sorry.
Are bloody water.
Yeah.
Okay, so he runs up to you.
It's just normal.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So the first one was an 8.
Okay.
This second one was 23.
Okay. That one is. Let's go.
It is 11 points of damage, and I'm going to need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
What?
Okay. If I were to use the reaction, would that come after this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me do the damage,
10,
and then
baby.
my dex save.
It keeps
As
going
many times
until
as it takes, baby.
12.
fails.
Okay.
So, as he punches you, as it connects, you feel a sweeping tide under your feet as you're sucked in. You hit your head on the back. You're prone, restrained, and you're drowning.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
No, wait a second.
I've
Yeah,
got
one
something
second.
in here that I probably can use. I think if just give me one moment.
Shut up. God damn it. I should still be able to use Hellish Rebuke, right?
You are, yes.
Reaction, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay, so deck save?
Yes.
Deck save. Fails.
Yeah. God, how much is that? 12 points of fire damage.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, 12 points. So, as you... flames strike all the way through, revealing rather burly chest, gray and black hairs poking out. Okay. Okay, he's gonna attack with advantage now. It's a natural 19
Shite.
and a natural 14. Both of those hit.
Yeah.
Oh God, he didn't even let you say it. He didn't even let you say it.
$26 points of damage.
Okay.
And you can only last, you last 1 minute less from drowning now. After getting hit.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I like
You make a strength check
spend
to
my
get
turn
out.
to get out of it?
Mhm,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Strength check or save?
Save.
Okay.
Save.
Nice. 22.
Yes, so
Yeah.
Nice.
you look down, no water. You felt like you were. Impressive. Now, sir, I will just put you back though. Goes in for another attack. Regular now.
What the fuck?
It's a natural 15. 23.
Okay.
Okay, that is a natural 4, misses, but the
Okay.
first one connects.
Yeah.
It's like the third
Make a
time
deck
Noxus has
save
beaten
after
us.
you take 7 points of damage.
Okay.
Why are we wailing on us?
Nat 20.
Nice. Okay, so
Oh,
you
get it!
feel the wave and you dodge out from whatever magical current existed under you. Oh, okay, wait, just a second. We're done. Okay. You hear that? The whisper of the wind now. It is beautiful. It is song of peace, yes? You dodge my sleeping tide.
It
The
was,
silent tide. Yes, you dodge it. Yes,
It was-
you are quite nice. You are quite nice.
it was something. I give you credit.
Oh, thank you, Nelson. Thank you.
Wouldn't want to be caught in the pit with you. No, that much.
You know the kisses. I like it. I like it a lot. You are gained. You've learned well while you are outside. Yes, you a little boy, a little scrappy boy running around the road. Yes, stolen from north. No, orphan. Oh, you were shooting little flying snakes in the bud. Yes. Now you are a man with many guns. Look forward to working with you more and more soon.
Glad to be back in the family.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am sure you are.
Fuck!
It was nice meeting all of you. May the sleeping tide never meet any of your feats, as I'm sure you are no as dexterous as the Red Menace. Blessed, if anyone calls him Red Fucker, beat him to a pulp. Walks in.
Too nasty with it. Simply too nasty.
That was
with
wonderful. You are made for the pits, yes? Oh, it was a wonderful watch. I'm glad I did not fight you, please. You are glad you did not fight me, yes?
Mostly that, sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You all did your parts well, yes? You did not, I could tell you were mad. You were mad, but you did not. You have discipline. That is something I like. Okay.
Can I heal him at least?
Of course, yes, your friend, yes. Yeah, wait, he is your friend, yes?
Yes.
Nah.
Make a persuasion check.
That's what do you mean? It's a big number.
25.
Thank
Do
you.
the math.
Good. Yes, of course you may hear your friend.
Now, who plays bets? Because I want my cut.
No
Humphrey?
one plays any bets.
Humphrey.
I don't think I'm allowed to speak. That's right.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'll give him a good pat on the back.
I'll cast Cure Wounds at the 3rd level.
Okay.
You could have hit him once.
I did.
He did.
That was
with
it.
the fire.
Just the reflective thing.
He,
I just like to see you punch something. I always ever see you getting punched.
yeah.
Oh,
You don't-
post punch.
You don't punch back in those situations. You saw me, I was ducking and diving.
Mostly.
Yeah. That's all I needed to happen.
It's hard to see somebody just get struck multiple times. Yeah, just hold still. 19 plus.
Damn. Damn.
Look, in every other situation, it's unfortunate. In this situation,
So 24 points of healing.
It's business.
Yes, you knew better than me.
You know, as
Glad
I
I
said,
didn't do anything.
yes, it is all part of the machinations of being in a family such as this. Sometimes you must take your licks. That is all. That is all. There's nothing personal. You are part of our Star family. Yes, and you are part of our Star family, and sometimes you must be disciplined. I've been disciplined. Yes. So
And
Understood.
and I point to her.
and Athenius. Yes,
Your name again?
Athenius Moore.
Athenius. You have to let me take a look at that one.
No,
I'll let you look at mine.
yours are all shit.
That's why I have
Except for
4.
one, that large one.
Why do you think I got 4 of them?
Yes, I guess.
I can do repairs on those.
On what?
The guns.
Good for you.
I'm just offering them my
You can make
services.
magic too.
Not here.
This is already magic.
Oh, then it doesn't need repairs. What does it do?
No,
Pretty, please.
no,
Can I just touch it then?
absolutely not. This was it's an artifact from my. It is an old gun. I'm not letting you touch it.
You do know where they
Just
came
hold
from.
it up. You look at it. Yeah,
Leave
right.
her alone. With the handsiness on the weapons.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And you can see Humphrey.
Oh, did that one physically pain you? You are muzzled like a little dog.
All right, let's head out then. It's nice seeing you, Athenius. Athansius? Athenius? Whatever. It's nice seeing you too, Thonian.
Sure, I'll speak with you soon.
Doubt it.
I love her.
Whatever.
I want to be your friend.
She doesn't like us.
Well now, that was brilliant. I saw you ducking and weaving. Dang. Yeah.
You gotta be spry in that line of work.
You're nearly as spry as the last gunslinger this man killed. Dang. This body can truck, if I'm telling you. I sprint like a motherfucker.
Wait.
We should talk about it later.
Yeah,
The cat?
I'm Cannon.
Cannon.
This is Cannon's body, but I'm Thonian Casco. Ooh, baby. So much better.
You didn't tell me you
Renovated.
killed Kanan.
Oh,
We should talk about it later.
Yeah, he didn't tell you a lot of things, did he? Dang, that's toasty.
No, I don't think we need to talk about it later.
Oh.
What, do you want to talk about it now?
Well, yeah, it came up. What else are we doing?
Well,
We're
I'm
doing
touring you
something.
through the new wells, yeah. Unless you don't want to see the fine gem of humanity, in which case I can just go and tell Tatters right now.
We would love to see the gem of humanity and the many changes you have made to the city.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's go.
Are you positive? Are you interested in what I'm showing you?
Yes. Yes.
Well, with eyes like that, how could I think you were deceiving me? You should have just looked at me like that.
If only.
Yeah, if only. Let's go then. You walk through the streets further. The smell of the mountains wafting down with the northern breeze, filling your lungs with the summer scent of deciduous shrubs and dew laid to rest by the goddess of night. A few more people look at you as you walk past them, more so now than before, examining your party with keen eyes. Some of you know are warriors of chaos by their magnificent stature, lack of hair, and many piercings through their face. Others are, as you have seen, simple farmers thrust into this turmoil just as any other. Before long, you see a dwarven man giving you all the stink eye, particularly Nasu. His beard is cut short with a texture almost like straw. It explodes out from his chin and cheeks, and oddly is shaved on his lip. It is an objectively ugly beard for a dwarf. His hair is buzzed atop his head, and many long and heavy piercings dangle from his ears, dragging them down with the weight of what could easily be lead ball bearings. But his face shifts immediately. And you see Nasu's do the same. The dwarf runs at him. What do you do?
Do I recognize him as the one dwarf from the port?
It's Boral.
It's Morel? Yeah. That's what I
The one on Splits?
no.
Oh, different.
Okay, he runs up to me.
Are you running at him?
Huh? No.
You're not?
No.
Okay.
I'm letting him run up.
Okay.
As
I don't run up.
as
Damn.
He's learning.
as he runs up, when he gets to me, I want to deck him.
Okay.
We're popping.
I'm gonna have you make a dexterity check for me.
Okay.
He's like a little tank coming at you.
Oh,
He's like
man.
a
Hit one of
very
his
small
earrings and break your
linebacker.
knuckles.
I feel like he could whip you one
Nat
way
20.
and just decimate
Nat
your
20?
balls. What?
That's 20, you said?
Yeah.
Another?
Poggers.
Okay. So you
Wow, take
punch him
back
in
the
the face,
dominance at the table.
but he flings himself up to your chest. You watch as your red gunslinging companion Nasu falls to the ground. The dwarf laughing and smiling.
Oh,
What are you doing?
What do you want, dumbass? You smell like shit.
Okay. He does not reply. And while they tussle on the ground, dust flung by the dwarf's embrace, another person walks from the doorway of the home nearby. A human woman, young, but the same age as Nasu, you'd reckon, with a leather jerkin wrapped around a peasant's dress. Her face is rather sharp, with freckles speckling her nose and spreading into her cheeks. Her hair is black, and her eyes are a piercing blue. Nasu?
Is that?
And you look up, and through the dust, you see Skylar.
damn, you got so much backstory.
What are you doing?
Getting tackled by a dwarf. What do you think I'm doing? Can you?
You fucking knock him off the door. What are you doing? I'm so happy to see you. I thought you died.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't.
Why? I'm far tougher than you. And I don't stand out like an actual sore thumb.
Hey, I know it. Yeah, no, I didn't think, and I go to Skylar, I didn't think you'd,
She just hugs you. It's nice to see you. I didn't think you were alive.
yeah, it's nice to, well, I wasn't for a second.
Oh,
It's fine. It's nice to see you too. Get up.
she pushes off.
Did you go straight from Trisfall to here? What happened?
And Morel. We barely made it all to there alive. The reduction of Ash was brutal, to say the least.
Look, all I know is that Glaucon went on a rampage, but I didn't hear much about what happened to Trisfall, actually. But
It's far worse than you probably heard, lad. The fire district is, it is a grave now. There's like no one left. Everyone is dead, and anyone who lived only escaped by a hair. The leader of the Varsovs died. Same with the mother of the Varsovs. They're all dead, lad. Everyone is.
wait, then what's the vestiges of this operation then?
The oldest daughter has gotten control of the Varsovs, and they have actually right now in the process of making a deal with Mr. Roykwood. That's why we're here. We're all that's left. Blast lost his brother. Silent Tide, he lost his grandma. All of his sisters are dead. Charred in front of him. And my mother and father died as well. Skylar says, I've got nothing. So I came here. I've been practicing. She pulls out a flintlock.
Where did you get that? No.
Hers.
No.
She's waiting
No.
for you upstairs.
No.
Come on,
No.
lad. You got to.
No. And I want to move all of us like to the side, away from the group.
Okay. Antonian goes along with you.
Bastard.
Skylar.
How far away can I?
What is with all of you in the boundary crossing?
Skylar, you move
Yeah.
Skylar, right?
I move Skylar and Boral away from the group, like all of us huddled. Yeah.
Antonian is going to walk right up to you.
Don't in.
Don't take that tone with me. Just speak. Say what you're going to say, boy.
I need a second.
I need a lot of things. Sometimes I don't get it. Just like right now, you're not getting that second without me here. It's all right.
Skylar. Who knows that she's here?
All the Varsovs know. Everyone knows. I'm guessing that's one of the reasons why they let you live.
This throws everything to shit.
No, because I believe she asked them to.
Why would she do that?
I don't know, Nasu, because I don't think that she's not a bad person.
I'm not talking to her.
You have to.
Hmm?
You have to.
I'm not talking to her, Skylar.
You have to.
I'm not going back to that.
I understand how you may feel. But Blast has made it clear. And so has Antonovo. Or sorry, Antanovov, or whatever his fucking name is. Antonovo, that was his name. The Silent Tide. Wait,
Look, I see you're on my own dime.
wait a second. That bronze dragonborn. Or wait, no, is she bronze? No, she's copper. Yeah, she's copper. That's for wait for you, yeah. Couple of horny son of a bitches. And I don't mean by that. I mean like you're both horned, yeah. You know what I mean?
Boo.
Yeah. I'm curious though now. I want to see.
Yeah, well, I want a lot of things.
Yeah. Yes, but I get what I want, you see. Come on now. Osiris gonna have to see his dead mom and sister soon.
I'm sorry, what?
You heard me. And Osiris, you heard me too. Yeah. They're on Titus Mirkwood and all that. So if you can't fucking buck up and talk to a goddamn scaly bitch, then you, my friend, man, how the fuck are you gonna stare down the barrel of some glorious ghoul cock? Because that's what's coming for you in the fucking Scar Cruel. Maybe glorious wasn't the right word for that. Maybe grotesque, yeah?
Okay. Skylar, we'll talk later.
Okay. Where you going?
Don't even, let's just keep going.
No. I think you should go there.
I think I should not.
Well, I think
Not
that
right
unless you want
now.
all the blood in your body, just, wrapping all around me in armor, because I rip it from you and I use it as my cloak, then I suggest you do as my whims want.
Would it help if we came with you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Come on now, Nazu.
I'll do it later.
Okay. But I'm telling you now that I want to see it. I want to see you crack finally. Nasu,
We just met. What kind of investment could you possibly have?
I don't have
right
any
now?
investment, but I know what I heard. Denzoro had nothing but garbage to say about you, friend. He said you were the most cowardly piece of shit he'd ever seen. You were trying your hardest to just run away from Titus. Oh, your face wiped in fear.
Yeah,
And I wanted to say, I saw you. You look like the meanest motherfucker, and you got the jaw cut from the gods, my friend. How are you so afraid when you look like that? You're taller than me, friend.
I think
You got guns on your side. You fought through so much, and yet you're such a spineless fool.
I think Denzoro failed to mention how I watched him and two of his compadres.
Yeah, well. It tends to happen when you file in one by one like a bunch of fucking Neanderthals. But I'm sure Denzoro would love to see a 5v5 between all of you all at once and see which one of you fucking stands out on top. Because I guarantee you, Gabriella, when she's here, wipes the floor with all of you. I believe it was Osiris who had to make a deal with Gabriella, right? So that y'all didn't get your asses washed, licked clean by the tongue of Balazar.
We all gonna make deals.
You gotta make deals with me. Gotta make deals with me right now. You can either be part of this inner circle, right? You can be part of the big boys, or you can be treated like a goddamn child because you won't talk to your master that you shot in the fucking knee. And then ran away like a little bitch again.
I'm not interested.
You can punch me if you want. I won't retaliate. I sort of like the pain. Punch me real hard. Feels better that way.
I put a hand on his shoulder.
No. Get that shit off of
He
me.
doesn't
Yeah.
punch.
No. Seriously. Get that shit off of me before I rip it off. You're either going to punch me or you're not going to touch me.
So weird.
Oh, I'm weird. Look at you.
My deal to you is We go.
You got leverage now, boy?
We go talk to her just later. It's not fucking right now. It's not right now. Show us the fucking
5 seconds. That's later, right?
Oh my
You said later. You didn't dictate what amount of time.
God. Do the.
I wanna
Show
be-
us the
I wanna
fucking
see- I
gym.
wanna
Do
see-
whatever. Show us
The
whatever
gym?
you were gonna show
The
us.
gym? Did you say the gym? Show me the gym? Like I'm pumping weights?
Gym of humanity.
The gym of humanity. Oh boy, I'm about to actually kill you. This is serious business. These are people dying out here. You say something stupid like that again, I wipe that fucking lip. Oh man, I'll do something dirty to you. I guarantee it. I guarantee you, on sign grandma right there is gonna sit there and watch. All right.
No, so it's like what, a 10-15 minute conversation just to shut him up, please? Just like 10 or 15 minutes.
What are
say,
you
"Oh,
talking about? Shut up, Lena.
I'm sorry, I shot you in the knee.
It is a woman, by the way. It's Des, fella.
It's a lifetime for me.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I can appreciate the sentiment, Nasu, but not up. We have to do hard things.
This man's about to go and talk to the most rageful, hateful aspects of his family. The warped, bloody visage of his mother and sister. Coming out of Titus Mirkwood, his sovereign.
Shut him up. I am genuinely begging you.
Lennon,
Yes.
don't you got your balls to lick or something? Get the fuck out of here.
And then we're checking into the Scar of Cruel.
Checking in.
So, I don't know, maybe you should handle this. If you don't want our help, then you should handle this alone. You get that choice at least.
I will allow them to come with you if you want your woobies.
He doesn't.
Don't want your woobies.
He said it the second time.
Humphrey, what do you think?
Am I allowed to speak, Thonian? You really want his advice?
I do.
Damn. All right, fine. Sure, go ahead, Regalius boy. Now, I don't know what you're supposed to do, no, sir. But if there's pain in your past, in your future, in your present, don't do what I did. Don't let it boil up until I end up cutting you down in front of Betuise. Like I did, which I am sorry for. I never apologized for that, and I recognize it now, and I am very sorry. But I confronted Dagamaris. And I am better for it, and you see it in me, do you not?
That's why I'm asking you.
Confront yourself. Look inward. And smile. You are bound only by yourself in this world.
Skylar,
Yes.
take me there.
Arya, surely. Listen. If it makes you feel any better, she's not mad at you.
Makes it worse.
Well, I can understand that too. But I heard from Carlitis, the old fellow in Kern McCur. The one saw he's fucked up on the Slits Prime.
Yeah. I remember.
He's a fucking weirdo, he is. I had to deal with him constantly.
That was in his neighborhood, yeah.
It's awful. But I heard from him. He seemed off. He said the glorious Red Menace
was here did not seem so glorious. Did not think you know how much your reputation preceded you. You are only one of 2 gunslingers that humanity has.
Okay.
And now I hear that you are Antillia Modelitas, and here you sit in front of me. Stuck it to the arrow slap. That's good. That's good. I know that you're gonna be shooting Glaucon Meridian in the ass one of these days. You always had a penchant for shooting people in the fucking ass. I hope that's still continuing. I always got a kick out of it.
Oh, you don't know.
I don't, but I hope to. Go and do whatever you need to do.
Yep. All right.
Go and sing your song, Nosu. It's been a long journey. And I'm looking forward to seeing you grow. Just like me. We can do it together. Yes?
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah.
Good in there.
All right.
Yes. Go on in there. Get your ass in there. Yeah. All right. Are you... Well, while he is walking in, what are you two doing?
Waiting patiently.
You're gonna
Standing
wait
awkwardly
patiently?
outside, yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll see if I'll ask if they have any good stories about Nasu. Sky and
Okay.
the other fella.
Anthonian immediately begins to talk as soon as he walks in. Oh, no. Now he's gone. Siren. I heard that in betwixt you read my brother's diary.
Yes.
I miss him. I do. Now, once I...
Smiling fountains are in the fruits.
How about this? When we get up to that mine, while waiting for Titus Monkwood to give us audience, how about I share some knowledge with you? I was there. I saw it.
You were where? Exactly.
I was in Credolar at the dawning of the First Age. I was at the forefront of the war of humanity's burden. I saw Glaucon Meridian's brothers die. And I saw the first queen, can't remember her fucking name, it was something stupid. As all the other names are. It's probably like Fruity Toulouse or fucking Sucker of Tree Dick or something. I don't fucking know,
It's
but
probably
anyway.
like a Thilia or something.
Thelia Malundi.
Deer.
Yeah. Something like that, right? But I saw her get fucking blown away by Felonius. I saw it all. So, you interested? I'll tell you what I saw. I think it's good. I think it's pertinent. Y'all here connected to the world. Different ways. And I would like it if you were a bit more context to what's going on here. And I'll give it to you.
I would actually really enjoy that, yes.
I hear Nasu was once human. That's why he's here.
Mhm.
And not, dead somewhere. It's not elves, necessarily. But it's what they stand on. You see, every one of those elves for breakfast, they had some bread. And that bread came from here. And now all those farmers that made it are fucking dead. Just like they were dead back then when I saw it happen. There was a capital city here. Did you know that? Capital city of humanity. Built in part by the Wood Elves and the Erlendi. And Glaucon made sure that there was nothing left. No ruins, no scripture, no anything, no tablets of history. It's all gone. And I stand here now in a little mining town. And in there, up there in the mines, just happened to be stumbled upon, was an early church of Balanzar in the mountains in that same capital city. But nobody knows that. It's a tomb to some, an altar. No, it wasn't anything horrifying like that. It was just a church. Made gruesome, made scary by the ignorance blanketed on everyone. And all while that was happening, those elves continued to eat bread. Yeah,
Thousands of years.
they ate bread. I guess the smell of their own shit was just so pleasant that they couldn't smell the burning dead of all of our kin. They'd rather smell the smell of their own shit. More pleasant. Green. But I'll tell you what I saw. What Nasu? We'll get up there. I will enjoy telling my tale. If you want to hear it.
My ears open.
Good. Nasu. All right. See if I can get through this. You walk into the home, seeing a few familiar faces in the kitchen across the hall as soon as you enter, but walking immediately to the stairs that begin just to your right. Your feet fall heavily upon the thin carpeting of the home, and each step seems to creak so loudly you'd think the house may topple with your weight. But you continue. You feel the breath in your lungs like liquid lead. It hangs upon every inch of it. And you feel the saliva in your mouth infected by the same, a heaviness that persists even as you exhale. Though you swear you could hear the air hit the ground just as a dumbbell might. Your vision begins to fade, and the walls begin to melt at the edges of the tunnel your mind forms. And while you stumble with a gut full of lead, breath of many forges, and bones brittle as glass, you recall flying snakes at the edge of Tristfall. The breath brings with it the taste of Fire District grub and stew, a taste so vile but so sweet, with the laughter you recall coming with it. You see the smiling faces of Durs and Skylar, and you feel the heat, the strange cold air of your shabby ice cooler against your face. But most of all, you feel your cheeks stretch in a way you thought you forgot. Though as you recall, you feel your cheeks grow tired. Those muscles atrophied and lost, while others have only grown in their strength. Your vision blackens entirely. You see your soul laid out bare before you, and you see calluses riddling it in its entirety, worn like your feet, abused by the emotions of vile contempt, rage, and neglect, and forgotten by all, including yourself. And as you stare at the soul before you, you look up at yourself, and you smile. The judgment you feared the most, the judgment you felt would be most palpable, does not exist. You see a man worn, a bit broken down, and a soul ragged as the path you struggled against. But you do not see a red monster. You do not see a man not worth the time. You see you. With that realization, your soul, still laid down before you, spreads its arms wide and beckons you ever closer. You embrace yourself with tears running down your face, having forgotten so much. And then you open your eyes. It's silent, with the exception of a quiet breeze, ushered through a window draped on either side by thin strands of cloth that meander in the coming winds. You shift your weight, hearing the creak of the wood beneath your feet, and you see the dust float lackadaisically in the air, shown only by the sun's buttery rays that pierce through the fine threading of the drapery and slip through the single pane of the open window. And drenched in the sun, sitting on a bed just to your left, you see a figure dressed in leather garb. There are many horns gleaming in the sun's illumination, and their scales copper like the coin shimmering as the ocean might just before the dawn. She stirs, and they stand, a little bit of a limp. Hello, Nasser. It's been a long time.
Is there like another bed next to where was she sitting in front of?
Just the one bed, and she gets up, walks around to the end of it.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just start by like unslinging my guns.
Yeah. Got a lot of guns on you now. You know how to use them all?
Yeah, I'm working on. I'm growing another set of arms for the other two.
That'd be nice, yeah.
Maybe then I'll shoot like you.
Yeah. From what I hear, you already done surpassed me, you know, so done made a big old man out of yourself. Look at you. You're growing taller. Little more chisel. But I see it's you.
Why?
Why what?
Why aren't you mad?
Why would I be? You're confused. I kept things from you, regardless of why I did it. I know you were scared. You had every right. I'm just glad you didn't shoot me anywhere else.
I was aiming for your face.
I know. What you missed.
Look who taught me.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what? You don't know the name
Who?
of the man who killed my parents?
I didn't know that.
God of deceit told me. I met a god, Durs. Think I would have ever done that?
I sure as hell wouldn't think it. Every god I've known has been not too great. So hopefully he wasn't too bad. Though he sounds like it wouldn't tell you if he was. God of deceit. But that man plays cards.
Don't.
I would never. Who would? How you been? You look bad. You look haggard.
It's not been fun.
Well, there it is.
Died,
Shit.
came back.
Well, that's good. Who killed you?
Some knuckleheaded magician.
Yeah. That's how a lot of these folks died. I mean, they help them.
With a sword, no less. Can you believe I let him get close?
I can. Nose ran a little bit too close for me. Talking about knuckleheads. God damn. Look at yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah. There was a little parade for you. Everyone dressed in red and painted themselves, put little horns on them. The whole Glaucon stomped it out, but
I can't believe that. Everywhere I go, I got taunted and told I was ugly. Just looked at
where were you?
all up sideways. Shit. Curry Lamb, Kermit Kerr,
Yeah.
the Spine.
You met Curlitis?
I didn't.
You know how the dwarves be?
I was
They're
in
crazy
I
and
was in-
fucked up and too much good crime, too much rock dust in there. They don't know. They don't know. The elves? I know you saw some elves down there. I know, oh boy. You burning down that tree. I don't believe this, man. Well, I can't say it out loud, but I know it was you. I seen you spew that fire out of your mouth.
Can only do it if the tree hit me first.
Yeah, I know it.
Do you know what kind of deal Varstovs are making with Titus?
Titus is, he's allowing them to continue some of their drug trade afterwards, just as long as it's regulated.
And I'm
And,
guessing you're still a regulator.
Yeah. I got nothing left. I got nothing left, Nasu. You shot me. I fell into that water and I thought for a long time. Thought maybe I'd die just then. Falstaff's pulled me out. Glad I didn't. Now, but I still got nothing. So I'm a regulator. They won't be doing any of that nonsense in the Isle of the Dread Queen anymore.
Yeah,
Thankfully.
that's good. It was the worst part.
That was the worst part.
I don't like it, Darius.
What don't you like?
The Varstovs, the trickery, the deceit, none of it. I don't like it.
Oh boy. I don't like the Varstovs neither.
We can topple it.
Alright.
I want you free.
I'm not a slave. I just don't want to go anywhere else. The world's bad. And at least here I can put blinders on myself and focus on money. And plus, right now, the Varstars have their sights set on Glaucon Meridian. And well, for my mother, I'd like to see that piece of shit dead. So I'm gonna
That's a-
stick around for a bit.
That's a ditto.
Yeah. I haven't talked to Titus. Haven't made much opinion on him. But if he help get you out of that situation and tell you. And, I mean, that's one strike for him, I guess, in my book. Never really cared much for the elves.
Only by being a thrall to him. I'm a thrall to the elves. Thrall to the Varstars, too.
Yeah, there's always gonna be someone on top, no matter how hard you try, Nasu. God's above. Always gonna be one step.
No.
It's fine.
No.
It's fine, Nasu.
No.
Why?
I can get rid of it.
Why?
Nobody should be thralls to anybody else.
God. Maybe not thralls. There's gotta be someone on top. The alternative is messy.
The
Just gotta find
alternative is freedom.
No. It's not. I would know, Nasu.
Tell me you've looked up and you've seen anybody benevolent on top.
I have. See it every day.
Who?
Shit, Nasu, I look into the sky. See the clouds. See the birds above. I see the sun. I don't think myself above them. They must be above me. And they're pretty benevolent. Sun's been nice to me, like the wind whispering in the winds. But I've seen chaos. True chaos. Don't forget where I'm from. I saw what turmoil and hatred gets you. I do. Godless. Just gotta find the right one.
You think Titus is the right one?
No, boy, I just said I never spoken to him. Come on, open your ears. I don't know hide nor hair this man. I just know he saved you. I'm telling you, it's all I know about him, and all I know is that he saved a lot of those people down there in that city. Glaucon came down here and... Have you seen it? Have you seen Houndalas?
We didn't see Houndalas, but
He's fucking gone, boy.
I heard.
Except for one bit. Now I hear this man stood up and blocked with his body, took it, all of Glaucon Meridian's breath. As it wrapped around him, he was screaming. It was painful, I'm sure, but he stopped it.
That's what I'm saying. You think he's gonna get rid of Glaucon, get rid of the elves, get rid of those lich fuckers and
That's
cruel?
That's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, and then do what? Sit on top and be another Glaucon?
I don't know. If he's getting rid of Glaucon right now, he's getting rid of the Isles right now, he's getting rid of the bony fucks right now.
Right now.
Worry about that later. Because right now, those...
Right now, I'm worried about the later.
Right now, I saw the entire fire district burn, boy. Right now, I saw everyone I know killed by Glaucon Meridian. Right now, I've lived 230 years. And 180 of those, I was on the Isle of the Dread Queen, and I saw what Glaucon wrought. Now, you ain't seen shit. Not a goddamn thing. You think you know. And you want to look into the future and you want to say all these things? And then what? What are you going to do? You going to stop Titus? And what, you going to march over with your little pistol, your little pea shooter, and you're going to shoot Glaucon Meridian in the ass? No, you're not, boy. You're not going to do any of that. I've seen more people than you know die. Now, I'm not saying that I want to kneel, kiss the boot of no one. I'm not saying that.
What I'm saying is that I don't know. And right now, I haven't lived for a long time. And this man, right here, he's fixing to kill all the ones that did that. Now, if you're not on board with that, then I don't know. It's fine, I guess.
I stand hand over fist with anyone that vows to fell Glaucon.
Well, then worry about whatever comes in later, because you can't do nothing about it right now. Nasu, you got too much worry. Got too much fear. That anxiety eating away at you. That's why I got a hole in my knee. It's because he didn't just ask. He talked to him. You see me? I never talked to Titus Mirkwood, so I'm not making any decisions. You talked to him recently? So how do you know? And you didn't talk to me? Oh, you shot me. Left me in the water. You didn't learn your lesson? Well, more people are gonna die. You know. Before you do. You didn't even bother. I tried to pull your parents out from their fucking house. And I saw you in the corner. Crying, screaming. In your little crib. And I looked over. I didn't see no monster. I saw a boy that looked a little like me. Got horns like me, little off color like me, even got a tail. So I grabbed you out of that crib and I ran out of there. And I didn't think to tell you. Because I couldn't bring myself to tell a little boy that his parents were fucking dead. And you didn't ask. You learned to talk? You talking to anyone? You clammed up. You've always been clammed up. You think the worst. God, your cheeks are swollen. You ain't been smiling. That's heartbreaking. You're a young man. I used to see you smiling all over the place from under that hood. You didn't care if people were mocking you. Because you were Nasu. You didn't care about your fucking last name. You were Nasu. And I was Durs. And I was Skylar. And we had each other. We were killing those flying snakes. All of a sudden you cared. You can care about plenty of things, but I think you're caring about the wrong shit right now. And I think that's plain as day across your face. You're not caring about yourself. You're not caring about any of those people out there that have been with you. I saw you walk up. Come on. I'm not mad at you. I forgave you the moment my ass hit the water. I was angry at myself for not stopping you. Afraid every day that you were gone. I was gonna hear that some red guy was found dead. No one cared that your name was Nasu. I was gonna call you a freak and it was gonna be done and I couldn't be there. I was mad at myself. Now I see you can take care of your goddamn self. You can't do everything yourself. So lean on me. Lean on other people. Please. Because I could really use someone. And I missed you, boy.
You're my baby Nasu.
I'll miss you guys.
Give me a hug, man. Gives you a hug. I missed you. I'm glad you're back, and yeah, I'm pretty shit that where we have to go now. I know, but
Yeah.
we'll be out there shooting. And I hear you got a fucking shit. We're gonna have the best season in the entire house. We're not even gonna smell one of those undead. I want to see what you got. Yeah.
You know, we found it. We found this one lady. She shot magic bullets.
Wow.
It was just one, and it came back.
That seems like fucking cheating to me. I gotta buy all this
That's what
fucking
I
bullshit
said.
shit. God damn.
But it's got like a different loading type thing.
Oh.
You gotta meet Osiris. You gotta fix that up for the
You
boat.
wanna introduce me now?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go and meet your friends. I'm so glad you finally got some other than Skylar. Jeez. Skylar was great. I know it. But,
I'm glad she's still around.
God, it was hard keeping her around. She wanted to fucking chase after you every day. She got that little flintlock that I was gonna give you, and then well, it was over from there. So, let's go meet your friends.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, what are you guys doing as you wait?
Sitting. I don't know.
Donian's still around, right?
Who?
Donian?
Yes, Thonian is still around, 100%.
Not a goddamn thing.
Not a goddamn thing? You sure?
I'm beating on my dulcimer,
No.
but like very absentmindedly. Like it's barely music. It's mostly just sound.
Okay. All right. Oh my god, my computer is fucking up right now. It's very annoying. Fuck. Oh my god.
Damn, what a nice conversation that was.
Indeed. Nasu has found niceness.
Let's not have a conversation with the other mom
Before this,
in the situation.
let us take a bit of a break.
Yes.
And we'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes while we all recuperate a bit. See you soon.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome. So, walking downstairs, with your wits more about you this time, you see a few other faces. You see Tommy and Worth in the kitchen. Aprons wrapped around their waist, goons for the Varstovs, just like you were unintentionally. However, just as you're about to say hello, a greasy man flanked by the half-Erlendi gunslinger. His hair is slicked back, and he walks on a crutch with 2 false legs and a half face of mithril. His face is distinguished, and his hair was thick, you'd assume, before something nearly ripped the cap of his skull from his head. His crutch is very meticulously crafted, with more than a few buttons and switches on the length of it, and both of his false legs are made from mithril, just as the missing half of his face has been replaced with. Osiren recognizes this man, seeing a wanted poster for him long ago. This is Alex Strovo Varstov, one of the many Varstov brothers. Behind him is a face Nasu remembers. A half-elven man, shorter, around 5'5", blunt face in comparison to the other elves you've seen, with a stubby nose, large eyes, and his hair is blonde, medium length, and slicked back. You recall this, Nasu, as Theus the Collector Varstov, another Varstov brother.
Yikes.
The one, Alex Strovo.
Do I know you from somewhere?
I don't think you should.
You ever been to Dunborough?
That's where you met Vivian, man.
You ever been to Dunborough?
Yes. A while ago. But I don't remember seeing you.
I'm sure he'd remember of our stuff. Alex Strovo.
I've definitely heard
No,
of
sir.
the Varsovs.
I hear you're back in it. I never cared for you. But I always handled my operations a bit better than my brothers in Crisful. That is before Glaucon fucking blew everything up.
And he crutches into the room. Theus.
Let's see how your sister handles it now, right?
And he
What did you say?
We'll see how the sister handles it.
What do you know of Soldatova?
Not much. She wasn't really involved before things went up, right?
Well, she was. I believe you are her lapdog. Hogtying, Dragonmore, and Durs.
Alright then. Just calm it down, Alex Strovo. I see you made up. It's good. Just shut your mouth, Nasu. God damn.
Crutches with both of his false legs. Theus.
Good day.
Tips his non-existent hat and walks through. Nathanius walks in.
Now here you are again. Goodbye again.
Walks into the house.
God, everyone really does not like you.
That's not true. Oh, I'm Durs, by the way. I'm
Guys,
his mom.
Osiren, this is Durs.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, it's nice to meet you too.
And there's
This is Mitos. She's
Meadows.
new.
Leonin. I love Leonin.
It's been a long time since I've seen the Dragonborn.
Yeah. I'm sure it has been. Oh no. Who's this young man?
Humphrey Regalius.
Well, I do, Isn't it your mom, huh?
Humphrey?
What? Is this your mother?
You
Yes.
cannot go for Osiren's godfather. and the Nostu's mother. It is just.
I
in
did
that
not go
case.
for anyone. If I go, I get. Let that be known. I was very respectful to Hayduk and Bardia.
Is that
I've
saying?
never seen a dragonborn stuff before. I'll keep my mouth shut. though.
Okay.
Yeah.
you
Anyways,
were
a pleasure to
banned
meet you.
from
My
the
name's
house.
Humphrey Regalius.
Okay, well,
There's Regalius. Oh,
yeah.
As interesting company.
Uh,
In a Grandmore, I
Mm.
just got that. I smuggled some of your stuff.
Really? You actually know my name?
Yeah, for really fucked up gentleman, bald head, said that it was some heirlooms. A lot of your belongings, so funny. I followed him because I knew they were enchanted items. I thought he was selling them. He sold some of them, apparently. I talked to him later. Trying to make rent. Sold some of the guns. I saw him do that. But a lot of your shit is, he's in a crawl space in the Fire District, just so you're aware. I don't know if it survived.
Well, it was good point to make. Of course it fucking sorry.
All right.
Sorry. That's good information to know.
Yeah, well, can't really recall the name.
Is she talking about your dad?
Just might be.
No, he looked nothing like him. He was a fucked up bald guy. Scars all over his face. Talked funny. He had something going on with his brain. Said that he knew where the items came from. Knew the family that once had him and that he was allowed to take them or whatever. I didn't really care. He just kept talking to me.
Is that the other guy with the daughter? I can't. I remember.
You would assume so.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I just want to make sure I'm doing it.
I can't remember his name though. But nice to meet all of you.
That was just a long time ago. You wouldn't know where he would be now.
He was in the Fire District last time I checked. He was living there with his daughter. Well, his daughter had left and was traveling, I believe, in the Northern Realms.
It's pretty far away. Well, hope he's alive.
So do I. So do I. Well, come back and see me. You can spend the night in my room if you want. If you're staying here.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I gotta go and clean some guns and I'm going down to scrounge out some food, and I think Thonian here wanted me. All right then, that's enough. That's enough from you, Des. Oh, all right. Pleasure meeting you. Pleasure meeting you. Skylar comes up, gives you another hug.
Oh, okay.
You're coming back tonight.
Yeah, I'll come back tonight. We'll talk.
All right. And Boral. I probably deserved that bond. All right. And he smacks you on the side. I'll see you later. Walks in. That was our woman.
Was that your girlfriend?
Oh.
No, shut up.
Ah. Yes, it was. Nazu Films is a girlfriend.
She's very pretty.
Ooh. That's nice.
What, you gonna take it from me?
No,
I'll fight you.
It's an implicit
you would lose.
agreement. Did you ever go?
Am I allowed to try and fight you for it?
No, what? Okay, we're leaving.
All right, Sammy.
Humphrey, put it away.
So,
Shit.
you continue to walk. And you walk toward the northernmost part of town. Seeing now that the mountains of the southern range of Astrid careen inward towards the town, causing its form to push against the town's border. The stone of the mountain that encroaches upon the village's borders is covered sparsely with light oak trees and orange wild grass that packs upon it like patchy hair. A large factory building appears to be built just in front of the mountain's puckered out stone. The building looks to have two portions. One that is built further up the stone, multiple stories tall and capped with an odd industrial tower, and the other that is connected to the first by a large wooden rectangular tube, which is situated down the mountain, boorish, and in the shape of a square with small designs at the corners but otherwise bland roof. Soon after, you reach the bottom of the wooden steps that lead up to the tower-clad structure amidst the dry shrubbery and stone at the base of the mountain range. The stairs are wide and gently creak underneath your weight, the wind caressing your sweat-ridden faces gently as you climb the pale oak steps. You reach the top rather slowly, taking your time and observing your surroundings well, letting your hands brush through the tall wild grass that grows just next to the steps, feeling the peach-like texture of sage that intermingles the brush and grass, and sliding your hand upon the poorly treated railing of the wood, all while breathing in the summer air. But despite your trying, you reach the entrance. 2 large wooden doors with 2 metal rod-like handles firmly nailed into each of them. It is strange how little this place appears to have changed. You expected so much more. None of you have ever been here, but you know it in your hearts that it is exactly how it looked. The only exception being the surrounding farmlands and the locale that has changed rather exceptionally. But otherwise, you feel the same way you'd feel stepping into any small mining town at the edge of the world. A hot tranquility that brings with it only a slightly liminal sense of being. You open the large doors, each of them taking great strength to open. Thick and oaken as they are. You swing them wide, grunting as your feet scrape against the wooden planks of the deck before it, and you look inside, seeing a large hall, tall and lined with lockers and benches covered with mining gear and regalia. Slowly walk inside, smelling much dust in the air, along with a strange, stale scent of sweat. The ceiling is incredibly tall, and the pillars that hold it aloft are rather skinny, covered with the marks of processing claws, not covered by paint or frill. To the right, as you enter, is a horizontal sliding large metal door left open, leading into the processing facility you'd assume, judging by the mining cart railings that lead directly into it. And to the left of that, you see a stairwell leading to the second floor that overlooks this first from behind the wall of glass. The foreman's chambers, no doubt, of this mine. As you look around, you notice something odd. How much dust rests on everything around you, specifically the miners' regalia and tools. None of it has been moved in quite some time. Nobody has even touched them. You feel almost like you have stepped forward in time, stepped through a portal and landed a year in the future. It is strange how this makes you feel, nearly sentimental, but you've not a clue why. You feel a connection to whoever wore these clothes, whoever used these picks, these lamps. You've never met these miners, never spoke with them, nor have ever thought about them. But as you look upon the still wrinkled clothing left behind, you feel something so very human, empathy. For you begin to wonder why it is they are as they are, why they lay how they lay, and why the dust deems it so necessary to smother such a quaint piece of life. You know you will never, or most likely never, discover the answer to these questions. But what you do know is that someone felt the same. Someone wished to remember this area as it was. Remember those who were here when it was, and sanctify their existence in the dust. For what is known as this: humans, for their short time on this world, the brief breath of existence that falls onto them, they reassure each other of their existence, reassure that their experiences are shared, and that their emotions, no matter how vile or misguided they are the soul of living. And it is within this reassurance that many can go on living. This is not something unique to humanity. It is the whispers of the wind, the soft tales told by the redwoods to the oaks, the melodies sung to the mushrooms and the weeds. It is the lapping of waves against the shore and the tumbling of stones down the mountain. It is the song of frogs to the hare and the harmony of the bird to the distant bear. It is the strings of the bard to the lonely gnome and the timbre of loud dance to the disparate elf. It is life. And it says to all the same, hello, I'm here, so are thee, how wonderful it be. And while these tools do not sing to the hare, nor do they dance for the elf, nor do you believe they tumble down the mountain for the gale of door to hear, you believe these tools still act as that beacon, no matter how small. For you sit here now, thinking of it as we speak. You see in your mind's eye the miners of Wells, the farmers of Heimdallus, the brewers of Pools, and the berry pickers of Shenton. You remember the sailors of Waldoboro. You hear the merchants of Dunbarrow. You recall the song of the lumberjacks of Thel. You vividly picture the resolve of the soldiers of Cretala, and your mind brings you to the peasants of Tristram. All of them you see in your very soul, and as you reach out to them all, you know in your heart few, if any, have survived the tellings of the past year. Rage builds quickly, bubbling like a poison in your guts, and then the faces look at you in your mind, a knowing look of content at your being. And it is not them that are reassured, but you that bear witness to your own life. You look upon the tools and the mining garb, and you feel the weight of your presence. And then you hear a sound of feet walking against stone. And you see two familiar faces. A nearly lifeless man, draped in blue and white cloth and wielding a gnarled staff of Grandae oak, jeweled with rubies and dangling bits of freshly carved wood. The man's face haggard and stretched upon his bones below a thinning red ponytail is Yannick Grendel's. And the person next to him is a soldier of chaos, a bald-headed woman with tattoos of Balanzar scrawled violently across her head, with dark circles under her eyes and many piercings through her nose, mouth, and eyebrows. Osiren recalls her well. Pontia, the commander of the soldiers of chaos within Cretala. Yannick.
Unpleasant surprise this is.
Yannick?
Osiren. And who are these? Oh, a new gunslinger, I see.
Meet Nasu and Mitos.
Pleasure to meet you.
And Humphrey.
And you. And Regalius.
Humphrey, yes.
I know who he is. Poison in my hall. Hopefully you're more honor-bound this time. I do not wish to be locked in a cave. Hopefully you do not trust all of your friends like that. I will part with you.
Walks out. Pontia, standing 6'8" or so. Large.
Osiren, it is nice to see you. You fought hard. Balanzar leads you to this day, I see. Leads you right here.
Still fighting?
Of course I am. Are you?
Every fucking day.
Every day. I am just as tired, if not more than you.
I believe that.
I am emboldened even more now than ever. Your name is Nasu.
She reaches out a palm coated in broiled leather and blackened iron.
Except no substitute.
What?
Nothing. Yes, nothing.
Mitos.
I'm sorry.
For what?
I've heard from Thonian the fate of your people. I'm sorry what happened at the War of Divine Sea. I wish just as much as you to kill Vasilios, I am sure.
Thank you for that.
Balanzar smiles on more than humanity. I'll leave you. All of you. But I will see you on the battlefield. We march tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Alright.
You will require more vigor than you had. I expect you bring it. I know you have it in you.
Right.
Bring that mask of yours. You fought with ferocity. Do not shy away from it as you did near the end of that.
See you tomorrow.
And Yannick stops at the door. Turns, walks.
Wait 1 second, Pontian. I checked that vault. Busaira Grandma. I checked that vault well. And what I found was a dagger. Yes. Oh, but it was not the dagger that I put there. You walked from that vault. And now Glaucon has the shard of Chromus. You are a traitor. And you will betray us again. This time I will not be swayed by thin layers of galleons shrouded in a mask. He turns, walks away. That is true, then you are going to have some trouble with Titus Marquand,
Pontius says, walking away. Wait a second. Shit. I remember that. Oh, Cannon is mad at you. Shit. All right, yeah. You guys did take that dagger, didn't you? That's a damn shame.
You're really gonna have to explain this cadence stuff to me. I am so.
It's all right.
confused.
And I'll tell you right now, boy. Cannon was a gunslinger. He was traveling with his kind, honorable grandma, as I'm sure he's let you know. Cannon here saw the turmoil out in front of him. A question of conscience he had. Strange, I know. Gunslinger, conscience, you know. And he turned and he shot that old fellow over there by the name of Yannick Grendel. Right? Now, Osiris was his companion. As he turned and shot, Vivian, you know Vivian,
I know, Vivian.
turned and tried to scratch the shit out of Cannon as he walked by, and Osiris was right there behind her, and they locked him in a tomb to die of suffocation, starvation, or dehydration. Whatever came first. And that was the traveling companion.
You're lying.
Oh, am I?
I tried to keep my fucking mouth shut, but this has come up 4 or 5 times at this point. The man shot. The man made his choice.
The man shot Yannick Grendel, yes?
Yes, and then ran into the tomb as the doors were being closed. Was I
Yes.
supposed to jump in behind him?
No.
I did what I needed to do to get out of there alive. I was being hunted by a fucking dragon.
Of what significance is Yannick?
Yannick Grendel thought that he was the Eclipse. He wasn't the Eclipse.
Yannick was the leader in Kretala at the time.
Yes, and he's the one that pulled me out because they saw that I had a fancy gun. on me.
You was in Canyon.
Cannon. They thought that I was a little bit straggly, and I took over while he was fucking about to die. He wanted me to. See, the thing is that there was a fragment of me, soul, that escaped from a sword, and the sword was named the Symphony of Balazar. All right, and a fragment of my soul escaped, took form into a blubbery mass known as a doppelganger. Now, this man, Hector Dollhouse, led Cannon to me. Now, I didn't know about Hector Dollhouse at all. I still don't know what the fuck he was on about, but you know what? He brought me a body. Attached onto Cannon, absorbed, and I began slowly, like a virus, taking over his soul. He was finding me while he was living, but when he was about to die, he didn't want to be there anymore. So he just let me take over. And I was there.
Kenan and I weren't companions either. We were bound by the threat of being murdered.
Didn't you give the shard to Glaucon out of no agency of your own?
There's always agency, but it was under the threat of death, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, right. Yes. Exactly what I said.
And that is exactly why I was pressing so much. Because the threat of death is looming above us all right now. And if that's the choice that he makes when death is looming, then shit. It's not a very good choice. That's fine. It is what it is. People make bad decisions. I don't know, though. I don't think I've ever let my friend die. It's just me, though.
I don't know. It's not like there was a Titus to turn to then.
I would... I've been on trial. I am not going to morally... explain my actions right at this moment. I wish that we would talk later as friends, but I guess... I don't know. I guess it has to be done fucking here.
Could the door not be opened again?
Door could be open,
Then
but just by Yannick.
who was still alive when you saw him last?
Who
Yeah.
was shot by Canyon.
So
All the highs were dead.
trapped in there to die? Question mark?
I'm not here to put Osiris on trial.
I'm not trying
Oh,
to put
I'm
him on
not
trial
either.
at all.
I don't really do trials.
Seems
To be
like
completely
a
honest.
very hefty accusation to be slinging when the door could be opened again.
Listen, I just got memories in my head.
People make decisions in the most terrifying moments of their lives. That was not one that was an executioner's decision.
Shame. See, I was in the exact same city. I remember. So, yeah. I was in the exact same city that Osiris was in, along with Vivian and this Cannon fellow. It was in Crête de la. The time was far back. End of the first age. Beginning of the second. I believe it was 9 second age of elves. It was. It's when I died. But I didn't die. You see, we had this sword that Felonius Crowmaster made by the name of the Symphony of Balazar. And I took that sword and I plunged it right into my gut so that my soul right on in it. Because I knew that fucking town, that city was about to be ransacked and I wanted my fucking revenge. And I knew that they weren't going to check a sword. So I rested there. And I waited, and then I got my escape, and now I'm here. And I'm going to get my revenge on Glaucon Meridian. That was the resolve I had. I was in there for nearly 4,000 years. I was in that sword.
No, it's Very telling. How's that relevant?
What do you mean?
I'm just lost now.
What do you mean you lost? You were saying that there were extraneous circumstances. Yeah?
If
Thank you,
someone-
I appreciate it, but I can explain this myself. If resolve is what you care about, the reason I was in Kretala
Yes.
was to get that
Shard.
shard.
Promise, yes.
And I did everything I needed to do to get that shard. I didn't know anything about Balanzar. I didn't know anything about the city underneath the city.
Mm-hmm.
But I braved all of that seemingly, at the time, wicked nonsense to finish the task that I came there to do. No matter what. No matter if Cannon pointed a gun at me, no matter how many scores of elves were in that room, it was not a concern.
So you had resolve?
I have resolve.
All right.
This time I came here to fight.
Yes.
I'm
I
not
understand that.
looking for an artifact. I'm looking to achieve the same goal that you do. And I have every intention of making that happen, however I can.
I think I was more talking about integrity. You see, gosh, like I said, I think I'd rather die than be Glaucon's dog. To be completely honest with you.
Well, you have the wisdom of thousands of years. Congratulations.
Not when I died. I was only 28 years old when I died.
No. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. You have the knowledge. What I saw down there, I saw a wicked Dragon King, but I also saw a terrifying visage. I saw
Terrifying.
giant warriors who thanked me when I slew them.
Do you know why they thank you? Just because they rest.
Yes.
But
I didn't know that at the time. I thought they thanked me because they were under some sort of...
spell being tortured, maybe. Sure, I can see that, maybe. Again, I do have that knowledge, and the Wars of Chaos existed while I was alive as well.
They took me to a forge in which like people's eyes were hanging out of their faces.
Tends to happen when the body's morphed and elongated for life. It's unfortunate, but justice isn't pretty.
No, but it can be hard to recognize.
Those are pretty words. Those are pretty words.
I think I've shown that when I set my mind to something, I tend to do it. It's a shame that other things had to be sacrificed in the past. But I've grown since then. And I've decided to figure out a way to do things without sacrificing. Sacrificing the things that matter.
All right. So for your sake, right?
Come again?
Well, let's hope for your sake that doesn't need to sacrifice nothing else. Gunslinger seemed to be the first on the chopping block. But regardless, I told you I would grant you knowledge when we got here, awaiting Titus Markwood's audience, in which you will all receive. Count yourself lucky. He's a busy man. And while he gives audience to as many people as he can, he specifically wanted to meet you all. You two in particular.
Mm-hmm.
You remember him?
He wants to meet you, talk to you a little bit. But until then, you got me to talk to. I'm pleasant. So ask away. What do you want to know? I'm a pool of knowledge, yeah?
Why was the war started?
Why was the war started? Which one? Humanity's Burden?
Yes. This was in the first stage, correct?
This was in the first stage, yes. The War of Humanity's Burden happened. It's going to sound ridiculous. The War of Humanity's Burden happened because humans wanted a say at the table. And there was a lot of shady business going on. I remember that in 1588. Tower of Necromancy was raised in Tristval. Became the Towers of the Eight Sages. So the Tower of the Seven Sages that we know today, and that I knew for, well, in every history book I ever read. And I know you know this by now. But there are a lot of people that don't much like necromancy. The people that do, well, they're sort of fucking weird, aren't they? A little vile. Got a little sludge on their soul, like a Klingon that won't fucking come off, no matter how much you shake. Anyway, we had some issues with necromancy. We were confused as to why Miss Yandos, being as seemingly benevolent as she was allowing that. Seemingly because she's a fucking dragon and she's a Meridian. And she didn't do anything outwardly bad that I know of. I actually don't think I have any issues with Miss Yandos. Particular. Seemed lovely to me. The Erlendi liked her, and I like the Erlendi. So, it's fine with me. But, God, her fucking sons. All four of them. Bunch of cunts. Useless worms. Slithering around. Fucking golly. Glaucon. Oh, those brothers, I can't remember his name, their names at all. That was in some book I fucking read when I got out. Rise of Meridian or some fucking pedantic shit such as that. But they were wanting a little bit more control. They thought that humanity was, well, alright. I guess I should start from the beginning. This is family. Their names you probably know. Chromast. I was the right hand of the Chromast line. This is my father before me, and my father's father. So, I was there to protect the heir of Chromast, Felonius, just in case that he became the Eclipse. And if he did become the Eclipse, then, shit, I was gonna really fight hard to make sure that he got protected.
What is this eclipse you keep mentioning?
Do you want me to continue with this, or do you want to, or do you want me to go off under the mortal tides?
Continue with what you were doing.
This is good for now, yes.
Okay. So, the War of Humanity's Burden happened when the elves started raising taxes. Happened out of the fucking blue. Golly, how ridiculous that was. And the 8th hour of necromancy rose. A little confused. This archmage by the name of Bernard Stelmus was heading it up. No. See, Bernard Stelmus, he was a fucking pussy. He was a weird motherfucker, and I know this man, he wasn't shit. But who was shit was a man by the name of Azat Hel Tarim. Now, Azat Hel Tarim, there are some families, Casbo being one of them, that have a certain tinge to their soul. Now, I'm not really sure why. But down family lines, the same soul gets recycled sometimes. Mortem, it seems, likes to keep people close to each other when they come back. Likes to have those ties. He's this little softy, Mortem is. And so a lot of the souls, if you die Caspo, there's a good chance you come back at Caspo. And so a lot of the things that latch onto the souls of certain people, or they travel in a certain way, who the fuck knows, they inherit a lot of the same things. The Caspos were Sangomancers. And we were mortal tide of the dawn Sangomancers. Yes. You all know what the fuck that means, but I'll explain it.
Yes.
But there were others, right? You have the Regalius family. They're known for their bardic songs, touched by the pools of Hecate more than others, and they use it to weave tales. Comes out in their song. They speak to nature. Their Lendai, many of their line touched very potently by divine Dagomaris. That's some of the most potent of Heketian magic in his soul. Comes to him naturally. He doesn't even need to learn it. Right? Sorcerer. But not only that, but a divine sorcerer at that. The rarest sorcerer. There are no sorcerers of the divine of any god other than one. That is Hecate. That means that that man's soul swam so damn close to her toes, some have brushed off. And he swam up with the divine blessing, the goddess of magic herself. Now that's what the Erlendai have, that's what the Caspos have, and the Chromas have the Eclipse in their bloodline. Of being so powerful that it rocks the very foundations of the fucking world every time it comes out. Now the Heltaremes, they don't have a fucking goddamn thing.
Ha. Sorry.
They don't swim through a goddamn thing. Their souls are empty. They're fodder. They don't even farm well. They're just vile pieces of shit who want to take everything else. I swear to God if I got my hands around a Zot. But I didn't. Because Felonius was a goddamn pussy. I told him right when he walked away. Because Zot was peddling some necromancy in Cretelan. Cradle of humanity, you're gonna taint that with the shit of necromancy? I think not. I turned to Felonius, I said, fucking kill her. Kill him now! Before he walks out of your throne room, no one's gonna bat a fucking eye to Heltaremes. But he didn't. He showed mercy on this fucking sorry sack of shit. And a few years later, the tower of the fucking necromancy rises in Tristfall. I say, what now? I think not. In the years that follow, the strange. Taxes rise. Avenor fucking falls. All within a couple of decades. Avenor falls, Tower necromancy, taxes raised. Everything's coming down to bear on humanity. And Azad comes peddling his filth again. But this time he's soaked in some real shit, isn't he? I'm talking this man's footfalls. It was scary. Drenched in death, this man was. But it was... You know what? No, I'm going to take that back right out of my fucking mouth. Drenched in undeath. I'm not going to insult Mortem like that. This wasn't the power of Mortem. This was the power of something else. He walked in. And Felonius, being the fucking coward that he was, heard his peddling again. He said, look at what the elves are doing. And I agreed. Taxes are too damn fucking high. They're choking out all the cities around us. And our farmers are starving even though they're fucking surrounded by food. How ridiculous does that sound? A farmer starving. Crops aren't doing poorly. Of course, soil in the southern realms is great. And the Erlendai, with their new shining city not yet made. He was still living in Triswald this time. Living amongst the humans, helping them build, yes? Felonius hears this. And he hears the power of necromancy. The ability to raise armies after those armies have fallen. And that seems mighty fine, doesn't it? Well, to his imagination, he said, all right. So you'll help us fight back against the elves? And Azad said, yes, of course, I will help you. Felonius, being the dumb motherfucker that he was, he said, okay. So he allowed himself, Felonius Chromast, the heir to the eclipse, to be taken by the High Elves. He said, I wish to speak to your queen. And I was right there with him. They took him, and they put him in a fucking cell. And they put him on trial. Come to talk. Came to talk. And they put him on trial. And they put me on trial for being the right hand, for being a Casco. And they said that we were planning insurrection. Wow. That's curious, isn't it? And Felonius got up there, and the queen walked up. Strolled, even, to him. She looked down on him. And in that moment, I've never seen the man so mad. Felonius erupted. It wasn't him anymore, of course. As the many tens of thousands of souls that existed within him then still erupted out. And he lost his mind, and he fucking murdered the queen with his bloody lightning of the eclipse. And I was there. So was he, Felonius. Barely. And we escaped. We escaped to Leon. Because they didn't have any of those fancy barriers and the sprouts at that point, so we just ran right out. It was hard. And I killed a lot of high elves. Smile wrapped around my face as I did it, those fucking pompous bitches. Some of them were eating bread as I killed them.
Full circle.
Wow. Bread. Where'd you get that? There's no wheat in the Central Realms, is there? No, there's no fucking wheat in the Central Realms. That's only in the Southern Realms. They were about to increase taxes on those people that fucking did that. Gave him that bread. So I killed him. With that bread still in his fucking mouth, and I laughed all the way back to Kretala. But what I saw in Kretala was Azat held to reign upon the throne. Well, damn. Felonius let him fucking sit there. He didn't care about power. And he was worried about the high elven retaliation. So, there was a retaliation, quite in full. Miss Yandos didn't come, but her sons did. And the things I saw, as Azad tore them from the sky, the scales blistering, falling off, screaming in unbelievable pain, as bones of the dead held them to the ground and the hearts ripped from their chest. I would only take pleasure in that now that Glaucon has done what he's done. But back then, they didn't do anything to deserve that. And then another came, two more actually. And this time, Felonius helped, blasted him away. But no, that wasn't enough, as I raised that one too, and another one. And then we had 3 dragons under the control of necromancy. Disgusting. One without a head. Felonius was having a bad time because, well, Glaucon, he was a bit smarter, as much as I hate to say it. And he stayed back. And I hear that he begged his mother to stay. But Missy Andos came to Credilon. And Azar wanted to kill her immediately. Said that that would be the final end. But Felonius, he actually stood up for himself. Fucking grew his spine. Bless him. Azar knew his fucking place. He knew that he wasn't going to do anything to the eclipse. Not that he had nodded up a little bit. So Missy Andos stayed there. And she pleaded with Felonius, wondering why he was doing what he was doing. Why humans were so angry. And Felonius told her, but it wasn't enough. He couldn't describe it in words. Language can only do so much. So the rage of humanity burst from him, and all their screaming and crying faces looked up at Missy Andos, and she wept. Cried, seeing all their faces. In such dismay, and she didn't know why. She had no idea why they were so angry. So she asked, I hear there's a city below this city. Felonius said yes. It's the cradle of humanity. It's the throne of Balazar. And she said, well, who's Balazar? Well, it's the god of humanity. It's the titan of chaos. Chaos? She says. I've never heard of that deity. Can I meet him? Can I ask why all of you are so upset? What tortures have you been through? So she walked into that throne room. The door was shut behind her. And that's it. She never got out of there. Locked in the throne of Balazar. Nobody knows why. Curious, isn't it? But she did come out. Eventually. After about a week or so. And she was distraught. What she had seen in there was mind-boggling to her. She refused to say, but tears, size of carts streaming down her face, full in a dragon form, turned into a human form, and she embraced Felonius. Said, please, let them out. The rage of humanity came out, and she embraced all of them one by one. As they cried and they screamed. And then she left. But on her way to Drisfall, no, she just disappeared. But his art wasn't there, was he? He wasn't in Cretillon that day. Just like that. As she fell, disappeared, whatever, the Malorian line from the city of Selm, they decided, all right, that's enough. The Aralindi decided to go against us. And that was the beginning of the fucking end. It is right there. As the Aralindi started to march, Azat Tarim held his ground. And he killed the matron mother of the Malorian line. And he raised her up. And then he marched his ass back to Cretillon as Glaucon Meridian was ruining every city around that he could find, distraught at his mother's death, and deservedly so he was. But he scorched 7 or 8 cities, non-stop. He killed everyone inside. If they were running around, he scorched them like ants. He stepped them out. Felonius could hear all, obviously, crying and screaming in him. So he went out of Cretillon, under the shadow of night, He traveled to each of those cities that were burnt. He found their bodies. And using the sanglements he passed down in his line as well, he separated the iron in their blood. Thousands of them. He did this. Meticulous he was. Went to each and every body, he separated the iron. And he smelted a blade, using his own blood as the coolant of this blade, and he named it the Symphony of Balanzar. But Felonius was driven mad at that point already. He created it using a magic that hadn't been discovered yet. It was unbelievable. It stole the soul of whoever it killed. And he spent every night carving away at his own body, trying to get the souls of the rage of humanity out of him so that he could sleep, so that the screams would stop, so that he stopped hearing and smelling the flesh burning. I came in and he was nearly dead already. Cut himself to death. Azad Heltarim died to the Erlendi later. But someone fucked him, unfortunately. And he had a kid. Any guess what that kid's name was? It was Gamarian Heltarim. Now I was dead during that time, so I don't know what exactly happened, but as Glaucon, the High Elves, and the Erlendi stormed Kredalar, I stabbed myself through the gut, and I trapped myself in the Symphony of Balanzar. Then I swore to kill everyone that did harm, particularly Glaucon and the spawn of Heltarim. It's not exact. Could have made him more fruity. That's why. Now, I don't know exactly why everything happened the way it did.
We have no idea what happened to
Missy Ando.
Missy Endos.
Well, I think it's quite obvious. I think Azat killed her.
You think he could have?
Yes. I do. I do think that.
But quietly?
The stretch between Kredalar and Trisfall is quite large, you know that. There's plenty of time. And he had a legion of necromancers. That Bernard Stelmus guy was archmage of necromancy. And he was, Azat was a master himself. I don't know what ilk he had with him. I bear no ill will towards the Erlendi, nor Missy Endos. But I'm gonna squeeze the fucking life out of Glaucon. And I'm gonna shit down Gamarian's throat, that's for goddamn sure. I'm just glad this eclipse is less of a fucking bitch.
So, Titus, he's the new Eclipse?
Yes, he is.
So the Eclipse doesn't have to be of a Crowman's bloodline, or?
Oh, it does.
Oh.
He's the last one.
Where do you get Mirkwood from?
I don't know. I didn't ask.
Hmm.
All I care about is that killed the queen, just like Felonius did. But then he turned around, and he fucked them all. And he burned the entire city down. And you know what's not happening now? They're not marching down my throat right now. You know why? Because they're all fucking dead. That's why. And again, their streets are paved. Yes? It's not with stone. No, it's with bones, Nasufins. Bones of me and you. It's the bones of humans as they just let Glaucon do whatever he wanted to do for the past 4,000 years. And I woke up and I saw an entire world in chains. A scar swath through the entire southern realms. And Titus has around 70,000 more humans in him than Felonius did. How'd that happen? I thought these Guardians of Life were just north of us. But our life doesn't matter. So now that it's theirs, Nasu. It's not beholden to the victim to have empathy for the oppressor. Remember that. If they want to cry now, at your knees, you slap them aside. You say, damn, maybe you should have treated my mom better. But they're all fucking dead now. But I hear they're marching. Tell hello. Whatever they're fucking called. Marching down here, they took Batuise. They think they're hot shit. They're not. They'll die. They'll fucking die and they'll fucking deserve it. See, here's the issue that I have. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question right now. And I'm not going to hold this against you. Do you think what Felonius did was morally wrong? Killing the queen. Think that was morally unjust? Corrupt? I'll ask you in a line here, counterclockwise. What do you think, Mitos? You think killing the queen was morally unjust? Up Felonius Chromas at that period? At that juncture?
No.
What about you, Nasu? Think it was morally unjust to kill the queen?
No.
What about you, Osiren?
Doesn't sound like it to me.
Now I'll ask you another question. What Titus Markwood did, morally unjust? And I'll do it again. What about you, Mitos? Think it was morally unjust?
Burning the tree was a bummer. But the city...
Tree's fine.
Nah.
It's a big ass tree of life. They cared more about that tree than they did anyone else. So I'll ask you one more time, yes or no? Was it morally unjust what Titus Markwood did?
No.
Okay. You, Nasu, you were there? I know. Imagery's pretty bad. But you saw. You saw those red bloody figures. Do they not deserve justice? Do you think it was morally unjust? I won't hold it against you. You have your opinions.
Onion. I don't know.
You don't know. It's an acceptable answer. What are you, Osiren? What do you think?
Yes.
It was morally unjust.
Yes.
All right. Now, Nasu's answer, I like it. Because it's a morally gray answer, yes? There's no moral black and white here. It's a mistake. You're seeking justice for your parents, yeah?
I am.
You are. What are you going to do to whomever killed your parents?
I'm going to destroy them.
I want to kill them, just like you killed those high elves in Kurtuna.
Yes.
All right. You're one man. Yeah? Just one. Got one family. Now, why is your justice so much more important than the 80,000 people living in Titus Markwood?
Didn't say it was.
Are you morally just when you kill this person that killed your family?
Yes.
Then why aren't the souls in Titus Markwood just? Why aren't those actions morally okay?
Well, because one would be taken against a person and another is taken against a phenotype,
All right.
geographical area.
No, you see, you misunderstand. You can't live in a society such as the High Elven Society of Tiliamon de Lutas and not be walking on the bones of everyone that is in Titus Markwood.
That is true.
They eat the bread, just as I said. They drink the wine of Regalius. The homes are built with tax dollars stripped from all the farmers. Now their actions may not slit the throat, but they certainly allowed it, and you all know that. Facilitating murder is the same as doing it yourself. Paying the man to kill your family is the same as doing it themselves. And what the High Elves have done, no doubt, has made a living for the death of humanity, slavery of humanity, slavery of the dwarves.
Well, do you believe that anything done in the name of justice is morally okay?
No.
To seek the goal of justice is morally okay?
No.
Then
I don't
you,
think everything sought in the name of justice is
you
morally
do think
okay.
that someone can enact justice in an immoral way.
I think people can say the word justice. They can say it incorrectly. Justice is justice. The word justice is something to describe a thing. It's not a thing itself. And you can have a lot of people going around saying that they fight for justice. Take Paladins of Bahamut, for instance, right? They go around slinging that justice conch around like nobody's business. Well, what are they doing? They're not fighting for justice. So no, I don't think that someone claiming justice means that it's...
No, even if it was justice. If I were to, I don't know, shoot you in the head in
Yes.
order to seek the goal of killing the person who killed my father,
All right.
that would be wrong.
If I killed him, then it wouldn't be.
What?
See, the thing is that, again, we get back to that moral black and white. To the elves, Titus Mirkwood is unjust. To the elves, Titus Mirkwood is evil. His actions are abhorrent, and they are justly wishing justice upon him. But see, the thing is that I'm not an elf. I'm a human. You're a human. So Titus Mirkwood is just. Because you're not an elf. And you're not seeing it from their perspective, and you don't fucking need to. You know why? Because it's impossible. Everyone's gonna be a villain to someone else. Everyone. But the thing is that right now, I'm not viewing it from the perspective of an elf. Nor do I care to, because I'm a human and I've lived the experience of a human. And therefore, what Titus Mirkwood did was justice. Now, if I was an elf, I'd think differently, and I'd want Titus Mirkwood's head on a fucking platter. But again, that's not the case. It's not the case for you either. Or you. Or you. And from your perspectives, what the elves have done is morally corrupt, unjust. The leaning, strangled by trade, looked down upon. I don't even need to say anything about you. Human or elf, you were shit on. And you. There were barons in Cretalon the day you did that whole thing in Cretalon. Yeah? The day it happened. There was armies. They even had fortress mods coming in your shit. What'd they do with the burning of the Grenmore House? Nothing to this day.
Guess I just see things a little differently.
Perhaps you
I
do,
think there
Osiris.
are morally right things and there are morally wrong things. And I also think that if you're going to do something that's not morally right, you can at least have the balls to own up to it. I don't consider myself morally perfect as well. I've made mistakes. I've done evil things.
Yes.
More than evil. But at least I can say that.
All right. So this, last I heard, there was an organization you were going after. Yes?
Maxim.
All right. This Maxim, you killed any of them yet?
No.
You haven't killed any?
No.
You? You killed any?
One killed me.
All right. And Humphrey? Yes, he killed 2, actually. You killed 2 Maxims. They done anything to you?
They hurt him.
They hurt him, right? But that specific person didn't do it. No, they did not. But they were part of an organization that was threatening your friend, threatening your life, yes? Just their existence was hampering your ability to live in one way or another. And so you killed them out of self-defense. Are you morally just? Or are you evil for defending your friend? Should you be evil to defend your family if they were threatening to starve? Is that evil?
It's not evil.
You're twisting things.
No, I'm not at all.
Because now you're asking if someone's morally just or evil. We've been talking about actions.
Morally
this whole time.
unjust or morally just. I guess I conflated morally unjust to being evil.
No, we're talking about actions. I believe that
Actions?
somebody can do something that's morally unjust and still be a good person.
Sure. Maybe. That's fine. That's not the argument I'm having. I'm just saying that Nasu Fims here, he's morally just in his defense of you, regardless of whether or not those people, those 2 Maxim, killed your family or did anything wrong. He was morally just in defending you. Because there was a threat of violence against you. There was a threat that something may happen. Again, like it would hamper your life if he did not do it.
I'm starting to consider this a waste of time.
And I'm considering killing you, Osiris, because I don't think that you're a very honorable person.
You're not going to change my mind. I've made it up. I can call you morally unjust for your actions. I don't give a shit about whatever fucking perspective you're looking for.
So you're weak then.
Call me whatever the fuck you want.
You think that defending your people is weak? And you think you're the only one just?
If I'm here,
You think you're the only
you're
one just?
implying a lot.
No, I'm not. You seek to kill those who have injured you, and you think that you are good for it. You think that you are morally justified. You think that everything is backing you. You think that God of Bahamut smiles wide upon you.
Do you think every single person who is going to be fighting in Cruel needs to hold the same ideology as you right now?
Yes.
That
I
is
do.
stupid,
Uh,
You're misunderstanding me.
frankly.
I'm
I don't think
misunderstanding
I'm
you.
better than anyone.
I don't think that you think that you're better.
I think I have my moral code, and I think I will not bend the knee for anyone else. I'm sorry.
Moral code. But see, your moral code is, has holes, and I don't know why. There's an air of condescension upon you.
Let me ask you this, since you're
Ask-
pressing me so
Ask
much.
away.
What do you want? Do you want revenge?
No, I want justice. I want vengeance, and I want retribution.
What do you want after that?
Well, I don't know, Siren, because I've never lived in a world with any of those things for humanity. So I guess we'll figure it out as we go.
I try to make I'm trying to set my actions in a way that procures that.
That procures what? Justice and all that for humanity.
No, the world afterwards.
All right.
After all the dust settles, all the blood has been spilled.
Your actions, you're trying to make your actions do.
The best world after.
All right.
That's what I'm focused on, and that's why I don't think all this perspective shit and who's wronged who, etc., works. I've been down that road. Not as much as you,
I wasn't comparing.
but I've been down that road. And I lost track of who I'd be after all the dust is settled. That's where I'm coming from.
Well, I haven't lost track of who I'll be. I'll be free. Finally.
There's two kinds of people in this fight. There are those who are willing to do whatever it takes to make sure what was wrong is toppled, and there are those who want to make what comes afterward never mimic what caused that fight in the first place.
That's fair. That's fair. I agree.
I'll be fighting alongside you. It's just
I understand
I'm going to
that.
be thinking about my hatred and also what beautiful things we can build afterwards.
I will leave the building of beautiful things to other people. For I have resolved myself to dirty my hands so that they may build nothing beautiful. Because I must break down things with these hands. They're not for building, they're for breaking shit down. And you can't get your hands, you can't keep your hands clean when you're breaking systems of power down.
I don't intend to, but I need to acknowledge the fact that they are getting dirty, or else I will be lost.
Dirty in your hands is not morally unjust, Osiren. That is all I'm saying.
I think it is, and I think it's okay.
That is a strange perspective to have. I would not think that I would be okay with being morally unjust.
You know,
Isn't that...
I'm not okay with it.
The
The
outcome
time's
is
called
what
for
is
this.
important. The outcome is what is important, more than the morals of how you get there. If it is for the good of everyone, then how you get
Sure,
there,
but I think that you corrupt yourself more by having that disconnect.
then let
Not
those-
not feeling entirely okay about what you're doing.
then let them martyr themselves.
No, there'll be no martyrs. Martyrs are useless, forgotten in the pages of time. There have been many, and you know none.
But they are the they are the ones who-
Curious coming from Lenin,
What?
his argument.
I'm trying to speak to Osiren's perspective. I come from a perspective of one must do what needs to be done for the betterment of their people, and that is how I have acted on behalf of the Leonin.
And we all
I am
agree
not
on
involved in your
Yes,
struggles.
we all agree. I'm not arguing that at all. It's something. It's all right. I think Cannon may, still be in there somewhere fighting. Maybe that's why I'm a little bit more prickly, huh? Everything I see about him is a little bit frisky. That cat is. Maybe he's just coming out. Sorry. I was just thought he was interesting. Seen a lot. I felt a lot. Got a lot of emotions. Get the better of me. We'll never have it again. Hopefully. We can all give our cool. Hopefully, yeah.
Thank you for telling us that.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, no one should live in ignorance. No one should live in ignorance. And by the way, I know Titus is going to tell me to, so I might as well do it now. I apologize, Humphrey. You know not the sins of your father, or your father's father. Huh. Doesn't matter. The Regalius family is second only to the Eltareems in my eyes.
Well, they do.
Well, they ran with the tails between their legs and they sold out to everybody in their path so that they could make as much money off their bones as possible. It's the reason why they're the only two of the only families that royal in the Central Realms that are human. Does no one else find that curious for a second? Because I do.
Well, isn't it nice then that the Regalia's son is here to fight for your cause as well? Perhaps he can make up for the wrongs of his
And may accident not take him before what happened. And I'll leave you with that. You just wait here. Titus will come and get you. And he walks out of the door.
God.
Oh boy.
He's been on my ass since I got here.
He's been on both of your asses since you got here.
He can talk.
Ev and Humphrey, what am I talking about?
Well, hopefully it's like a haze or something.
Do you think he's going to be with us the entire time?
No, but someone will. He's going to be sending two of Titus's group right-hand people
Have
onto
you
the Tagloria Regicide with us.
met them?
No, but, well, actually, sort of. Not up close. Not the two that we're going to be seeing up close.
Who are we gonna be seeing?
The...
Zed attacks Nelson Morgan.
Yes,
We don't
I
know
don't
their
know that.
fucking
We did
names.
meet Zed. I did meet Zed.
Oh, yeah, we
Mhm.
spoke with
You
Ed.
both
We
met
met
Zed.
Zed,
Yeah,
yeah.
he was
Yeah.
up on the mayor.
Oh god, that was
He said,
sketchy.
he said Zed attacks Anos and Morgan.
We met
Delesto.
Delesto.
We met Zed in Betwixt.
Yes, he
Well, we
was-
met them all in Betwixt.
Yeah.
Shit. The Telelork got Betwixt. Okay. Oh. I don't know if you know. We may have briefly mentioned it to you, Simon, but before we got to Betwixt, and we were in the previous city with the Telelork, Ashran. The only way we got out of there is if we made a deal.
I was there.
I thought that was you were there. You were in Ashran.
Yes, it was. Wasn't it you, I, and
Vivian Dagamaris and the bear.
Yeah, Rocket.
wasn't
Rocket
the
was
bear?
there.
Oh wait,
Rocket was not there.
I thought it was you.
No, that was the first time.
That
It
was
was
first time.
Dagamaris.
Second time Betwixt.
Oh,
in
second time
Ashran.
Betwixt was
No,
Dagamaris.
second time Ashran.
Second time
time
Ashran
Ashran
was Dagamaris,
Osiren,
Osiren,
Nasu,
Nasu,
It was
Vivian,
the trial
and
folks.
Baron.
Yeah, and the
And the
Baron.
Baron. Well, I thought it was Eupheme.
No,
No.
Eupheme was in Betwixt.
Oh,
waiting
Eupheme was
for you
already in
guys.
between.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, scratch this whole. Nix the whole. Okay, I'm sorry.
they mentioned their pact on while we were in the sky.
Yeah. You're aware of. I just don't know when they'll invoke that, and we get yoinked out of here.
I don't think they can just yoink us.
They made it sound like they could.
They're
Who, the town look?
elves, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think they can do that.
I would not like to underestimate anybody at this point.
I feel like we would have been yoinked by like the maximum magic if they could, right? It's the maximum magic. And they don't have the ability to yoink?
I bought us more time when I talked to
the general woman, right?
yes,
Yeah,
in the air.
The high general. They at least he apologized to me.
Yeah, that was nice.
Mm.
He's not a terrible person.
He's just
He's very zealous.
Annoying.
Intense. But I don't know. A part of me likes it.
I don't know. I'm a bit confused, and now I wish to find my father a bit more. Because I have no idea. Just automatically assumed that my wealth came from wine
Wine.
sales. That's it. Never took the time to think about it.
It is good wine.
Yes.
Nepotism aside, it is good wine.
It is not nepotism.
Potentially.
No, I know the magic.
Favoritism.
Like Donian said, I have the magic. I have my soul. The magic of the sing. I sing to the grapes. It is not nepotism. I can't thereby.
Yes, of course. I'm just speaking about your family's riches. I thought that's what you were talking about. And the.
Oh, pish.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about that.
No, I was talking about the bloody origins of it, not nepotism.
I was trying to encourage you. I was trying to say that even without the ties of your father
Nepotism
to
is
the,
not a way
to
to
the high
encourage.
elves, that
Diminishes my
your-
agency.
Your wine would be good regardless, and your riches would have come regardless
My wine would have been good regardless of what.
of whether or not you were getting favoritism by the high elves in
Well,
your.
possibly, but we do
ancestry.
exist in the Central Realms. It's not anything.
What's the other
Humphrey,
royal
I'm
family
trying
he's
to be
talking
nice to
about?
you.
Well, I know, but it is wrong. What?
The other royal family he's talking about in the Central Realms?
I
That's
don't want
human?
to speak of the names.
Huh?
I don't want to. I don't want to talk about them.
Who are they?
There's some other wine family. I know their names. I will not speak of them.
Goodness, no idea. Source.
They are vile, and they do not sing to their grapes, and they are just mad that they are second best. That's why you do not see them anywhere. Their wine is only drank in the northern realms, and very rarely in the central realms. But they're vile. They sent spies. There's a part of me that thinks that they have my father.
For the wine recipe? For the song?
No, but see, they are mad because it is just singing. They refuse to admit that I dance upon the grapes and I sing to them while I smash them. And that is the secret, I'm telling you.
Oh, shit, I forgot to ask him about the maps.
The maps.
I was going to ask if they have a map of the town and the surrounding area.
What town of, what surrounding
This
area?
town?
This
town.
Yeah,
Oh.
in the surrounding area.
Well, it's no
Somebody
problem.
probably
Because,
has it.
Probably.
well,
Why?
it's not that. Well, I guess I shouldn't need to see it, but I was going to offer to make a better one.
Oh, yes, you are doing the cartography stuff with the
It's good.
with the
practice.
tools and the pencil and the graphite and all that. Yes, yes.
It's good practice.
It was looking really nice, by the way.
You could do a map of the boat.
Perhaps you will get a nickname from it, right? Something cool with your gun. It always finds its mark, yes? You know exactly the direction it is going.
The car shot.
The cartographer, maybe.
The car.
The Cartesianal master. The Cartesianal gun.
Are you trying to make a play on words out of cartographer?
Yes, I wish I was a poet.
The Cartar gunslinger. Anyway,
All of those.
perhaps you
I
should
like-
make a nickname.
Do you like the red fucker?
I don't like the red
Hey, whoa,
fucker.
whoa, shut. We're not allowed to say that anymore.
Yeah.
Ass shake.
Ah,
Yeah. Watch it. Yeah, it'd be nice to give him something better to say.
At least she'd hit him back.
I would hit him back.
I think
Do
you
your knuckles
die.
even work?
Do
Do your knuckles even work?
you
They
want to
just fall
find? Do you want to find out?
Okay, all right, all
Nothing
right, all
fun,
right, all right.
I
The
like.
cartographer is a good
I
name.
like the cartographer.
Yeah.
Yes, and
It's too simple.
Actual
It does
cartographers are named the cartographer.
It
No,
does
no,
not
no, no, no,
incorporate
no, no, no,
your
no.
guns
I am-
or your redness.
it doesn't. No,
Which
that's
are your two
no, that's the point,
distinguishing
right?
features.
That's the what do you call it? Sub.
The prestige.
The subversion.
Sub. Yes.
You would
the
never guess
subversion.
that the red
Yeah.
man
I'm
with
not
the
a
guns
cartographer.
could
I'm
make a really
the
good map.
cartographer.
All right, yes.
Mhm.
I
Your
like
name?
it. It's better.
And I'm. Huh?
I said it's your name.
Oh yeah, yeah. They said, "What's my?" Okay.
We'll see if it catches
All
on.
right, it is. I mean, you're just the last Grenmore.
I'm not just the last.
Of course you're not. I'm
He's
just
also
saying.
not the last
I'm
Grenmore.
Arch Renmore.
Arch Grenmore, yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
I recall. What was your name? The big lion. Stinky. Back at it again. I'm allowed a dog now. I've got a lot for you.
What?
I've got a lot for you.
Can't say.
Oh,
Ah,
yes.
oh.
Can I pull a siren aside? to talk to him for a sec?
Just don't leave him with
If
company
Osiris
now.
allows you.
Sure, yeah.
Very subtle.
Can I help you now too?
Look, I've been thinking a lot about, as well, everything after. Look, I don't know what your certain sensibilities are. I'm not too entirely sure that Titus is going to be so great, replacing the power vacuum with everybody else and all that. Right.
Don't know the guy. I did threaten to kill him. So you should probably know that going into this next conversation.
I don't. We don't need to talk to him about anything about that right now, but making a plan for the future. I have an idea.
Oh. I'd love to hear it.
You told us what you read about possible location or general area about the staff.
Yes.
We find it. I make a map to it. We have our leverage.
Don't know what it is. We don't know what anything is.
Yeah, but I'd put good money that they know what it is. And I'd put good money that they want it.
It's interesting. I don't think they will know what it is. It seems like it's been there for a long time. Same with the also.
It's the staff of Allen's. You don't think Titus would?
Just call it the staff here.
You don't think Titus would know what it is?
No. I don't think Titus knows much. But there's a plan. I'm not knocking it down. I like it. I do wish to actually see the staff. I'd like to study it.
Okay. Well, then that's part of the entire plan.
Yes.
Who do we bring?
What do you mean?
Who do we want to come with us? Just us two?
Last time I was there, you shot me.
Oh my god.
It happened. Okay? The only reason I got out was because this Dagamara saved me. Which is very embarrassing.
You think I'm embarrassed? I'm red.
Haven't you always been red?
I'm always embarrassed that I shot you, Osiris.
Oh, it makes me feel better, but that's still someone else would be nice. Someone I can trust. Mitos is great. I don't know if she wants to trek around with us again.
Yeah.
Into the Scarf Cool and into the waste of Balance.
Honestly, we haven't seen what she can do, and I'm a little wary she holds her
You
own.
didn't see what she did to that fox thing?
I don't think I was there for the fox.
Nasu
Literally
was.
right there for
sorry,
the
you were
fox.
there.
Yeah, you weren't
Me?
there. No,
Yeah.
but
What?
Nasu
Yeah,
was.
Nasu was for, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I was like, I swear to fucking God, Nasu was there shooting right next to me, dude. I was so confused.
I don't trust Dagamaras. For obvious reasons.
I don't think we'll need to trust Dagomars, to be honest with you.
And Vivian... Don't trust Vivian either. We can ask Hector.
Who would I ask?
If we want Vivian to come with me, is what I'm saying.
No. Oh, you trust Hector's opinion of Vivian?
No.
Now you're confusing me.
I'm just... Vivian will do anything for Hector.
Correct.
If Hector wants to see it, then we can see it with Vivian.
He's
If Hector doesn't want to
He's
see it,
a-
then Vivian's not coming.
divination wizard. Suppose it's helpful when finding an object.
Exactly.
That's fair. He hasn't seen me since my latest character development. It's fair. Stop freaking out.
But I don't like Hector.
Hey, I'm with you. We can keep it on a leash, right?
No. He altered my memory. He did whatever the fuck happened to Cannon.
Yes.
If we bring him to this fucking staff, he might go fucking apeshit and just make it all our brains
So
into
then
fucking
we
smoothies.
keep him on a leash. What do you?
You've met him.
Yeah, but we were so much less wise then.
Yeah, well. What about that other fellow? Fuck, he was so annoying. What was his name?
Self-burn.
Yuffie?
Yes. He seemed
Yeah.
kind.
I trust Yuffie. I don't know if he would want to come is the thing, but he's a bit of a vagabond. I'd bring him along if he agrees.
I guess, I mean, we've kind of cycled through everybody at this point. Most people I would travel with, but begrudgingly so.
Sorry, I don't think you'd be happy if it was just you.
Definitely not.
There's no pleasing this guy.
Absolutely no pleasing of Siren Grand more.
I said 3 people were cool.
You
said
said 3
Yuffie
people were
was a-
sort
You
of
said
cool.
Yuffie was annoying.
You said Yuffie was annoying.
Mitos is
kind.
great.
Mitos is great.
Yeah, Mitos is great. That's the
That's
only
the-
one.
Wow, and we've
Who's the
we've
third one?
known her
And you
for the
said
least
that
amount
you
of
need
time.
someone else
This
you
is-
can trust,
Yeah.
making it so you didn't trust us.
To not shoot me. It all makes sense.
It doesn't, but okay.
Humphrey's been great as well.
Humphrey can come.
I like Humphrey.
And Humphrey, here's his name.
Don't eavesdrop. You all have
The only,
like
the only people I
boundary
don't trust
crossing
is Dagomaris, Vivian, and Hector.
Sure. I don't. Okay. They don't have to come. I'm sure we'd find it fine ourselves, but we just don't know what we'll run into.
Yeah, it'd be nice having the firepower if they even agree to come with us. I mean, fuck, we are going there to save them, right? Among other things, I'm sure they'll love us.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Look, as much as I like Wine Boy now, he's a little too much baggage for the trip.
Yes,
He's trying to be made fun of.
you can go crazy there very easily, and he's a short skip. But we all are. I don't know. I am. I'm fucking insane.
Wow, sorry. Well, yes.
I don't know. Maybe I should. No, I have to go.
Okay, well, just needed to run it by you.
No, I have plans. Well, intentions. I haven't met Titus in person. I have a lot of questions to ask him. Have I?
You met him once.
Where?
Yeah, we
At
met
the
him
trial.
when
Antilia?
Yeah.
Antilia?
Wasn't like a formal
I
conversation.
immediately
Yeah,
passed out.
yeah, that's true.
And I
Yeah.
wasn't even there for the conversation.
Yeah, that's
afterwards.
true. That's true.
So, I don't know. Maybe he understands what I was trying to explain to Tholian.
Okay, well,
If he does, then I guess I don't have to kill him.
I'm just asking if we get out of this after you can come with me to make a map to the staff.
Sure. We get Clink and then we go.
Yes, sir.
You're walking back to the group,
Yeah.
and that is where we're going to end it.
Meow. Ah.
Thank you for joining us What a snap, crackle, and pop session that was.
A lot just happened.
A lot just happened.
So much has happened.
Dude, every session after this, it's going to be more and more. I'm not kidding. Every session after this is just going to keep rising and rising and rising until the crescendo of the cruel arc finally happens.
I
I'm
stand on the rubber.
stressed out.
There are 6 possible outcomes
Shut up.
to the War of
I'm
Cruel.
done.
Only
with this. I'm
6?
done. I'm done.
Possibly
literally wrote
others,
them out.
but
As
those
our
are the ones that I
chaos.
thought of. I am not writing an ending because the
Ooh.
ending is up to you all.
Oh.
Because that is D&D. So, I hope you join us for the beginning of the War on Cruel. We'll see you then.
Me, me, me. Bye.